starting or no?
Couldn't quite hear you.
Yeah, I couldn't quite. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We started our board meeting. Now started the call to order. Roll call, please.
President Singh,
Here.
Vice President Hertan,
Here.
Clerk Chang,
Here.
Trustee Bond,
Here.
and Trustee Guidry.
Here.
Oh, Teresa's there. Okay, thank you. Okay. Do I have someone to make the motion to approve today's agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve today's agenda.
Do I have a second? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes, I'd like to ask if this is when we want to talk about SB 361.
We couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
She asked if this is the time when we should talk about whether we're going to add the AB 361 discussion to the agenda.
Yes, so if there is going to be an addition to the agenda, now would be the time to discuss whether to do that this evening.
Is there any discussion on that?
I can open the discussion. Right now, we are under extraordinary circumstance with the surge. We know our staff is exhausted, and we have this SB 361 that is a tool for us to use in such emergency situations. If we invoke this, the majority of staff would be able to be in their homes taking this meeting tonight, and we need them. They're essential to keeping our campuses open. So I'd like to put it out in to think about not just us, but everyone that has to participate in our board meetings and be present after they have been on their feet all day long dealing with the current situation. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Cynthia?
I appreciate Teresa bringing this up. Personally, I feel not comfortable as adding this item right on the spot in the beginning of our board meeting as additional agenda item. I think this is something, if we do want to pass another resolution, I really think it will be better if we do a special board meeting, because right now we don't have the resolution here with the proper date. And so that's where I am. I just, and I just want to make sure people understand, we are keeping everything transparent. Oh, can people, do I need to repeat everything I said? I don't have to. Okay.
I heard you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone wanted to chime in?
So I'll speak. So I'm broadly in supportive of what Teresa's asking for, just because we have, 4 members of staff that are here and 2 more members of our district that are having to support us to be able to do these meetings in person. We are asking all other meetings in the school to not be in person. So I feel like in that respect, it's reasonable for us to want to not be inflicting these meetings in for at least the next month or month and a half, depending on how long this Omicron thing surges through us. But I'm broadly supportive of it. The fact that we don't have a resolution means I'm not sure we can do it today. But if not, then I think we ought to think about whether we might want a special meeting sometime soon to allow us to not have to do these meetings in person while we're in the middle of this current wave.
Right. Peter?
So, although I don't think it's appropriate to have that discussion now, we're just talking about approving the current agenda.
So-
Can you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. If it is germane for the topic, then I'll make some comments about AB 361. Otherwise, I'll defer that to a later point during the meeting.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as posted, and I
Any
think,
second? We don't have any second yet.
Yeah, we
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
I
Yeah.
seconded
Oh,
it.
you seconded, okay.
and so trustee Bond asked if this would be the appropriate time, which it would be because we're approving the agenda. If we wanted to add an agenda item to address AB 361 this evening, this would be the time to do it. So the discussion is, do we want to add an agenda item tonight, or would the board prefer to address AB 361 through a special meeting outside of this meeting? That's, I think, really essentially the discussion to be had right now. If the decision is that, the majority of the board would prefer to do it as a special meeting, then we approve tonight's agenda as posted.
Which a special meeting requires, again, all of our technical staff who are exhausted also to put that together. I just want to make sure everyone realizes the difference.
Well, actually, we were able to do, I mean, it is an extra load on our technical staff, but do recognize the last time we did this, we did it at a special meeting that was done remotely, since it was
Right.
to decide whether or not to meet remotely, and we were allowed to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, so,
And basically, you just update the date from the resolution.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay, but the matter of the fact is, even though, like, I personally think it's a great idea, I just feel officially, we don't have this resolution right now in.
Would you like me to prepare it in time for the board meeting?
I mean, getting the resolution isn't the issue. It's a matter of whether the board, in order to add an agenda item that was not posted 72 hours in advance, the board first has to make a finding that there is an emergency situation that exists, or that there was new information that wasn't available on Friday when the agenda was posted. And if you make that finding, you can add an action item tonight. The question is, do you want to do that, or do you want to do a special meeting? Because I'm hearing the board is broadly supportive of having the conversation about AB 361. So all we need to decide right now is, do we do this tonight, or do we do it as a special meeting?
So I think
Correct.
an emergency is not warranted, and therefore at a later date for a special meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, I think,
And that special meeting would be 24 hours from now?
It could be any time before, to utilize AB 361
right,
at the next meeting, which would be the governance retreat.
right,
We would need to do a special meeting prior to that meeting.
right,
And that could be any time prior to that meeting.
right.
Then even with,
Well, we need to post that agenda 72 hours, so we would need to do that before then.
so even with the passage of the AB 361, we could still do in person if we choose to. It's not
Correct.
right. But then
Correct.
we have the option if,
Correct.
like situation warrants. Okay.
Yeah,
And I'd just like to make the comment that we're in unknown territory right now. So we're making the assumption our next meeting would be the retreat. That may not be so. We may have to have another meeting before the retreat. So I would like to reduce as much work as we can on staff by having extra meetings if we don't need them, and we can simply take care of business tonight while we're together.
when we do the special meeting to approve I hear the general support of the AB 361. So when we do that, we can do it in the virtual meeting on that one.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
So that way we have we do have the time, because currently we don't have this, to take care of tonight's meeting. We are okay, all set with this current agenda. I think that would be I think that would be a more clean, version of adopting this AB 361.
I agree.
So
And
So-
part of the reason why it would be better to have it at a special meeting, whether virtual or real, is so that we could have a better discussion among ourselves and with the public about why it's the right thing to
Yes.
do.
Right.
And I think there is so much misunderstanding, and it's probably our deficiency of not explaining it properly, of why it's essential that we adopt it every 30 days for the rest of the year. That's my view, and I'll explain it at our special meeting on this subject.
Okay.
And that meeting will be when?
Well, it's up to the president to set
Well-
the date.
So I think we will ask Jane to survey the board and find the soonest availability and get it done.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote so that we can, okay. President Sang,
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Cheng.
Wait, we are voting yes to add the item to
No,
the.
the
You are
current-
voting
current.
on to approve
Okay,
the agenda
okay.
as
All right,
posted.
just want to make sure.
Yep. Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes,
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to our study section. Right now, we will open for the public comment. Seeing none, we'll go into our study section of the demographic report.
Yes. So if you recall, we contracted with a firm called Schoolworks that does demographic work and enrollment projections in the 2018-19 school year to provide us with an updated enrollment projection study because it had been quite a long time since the district had done that. They provided that report in March of 2019. We had planned to update our demographic report on an every other year basis, but that schedule got disrupted by COVID chaos. So this fall, we asked them to provide an update. Ken Reynolds from Schoolworks is here with us this evening to present the key pieces of the full study, which was previously shared with you all. We have until, it's 4:45 right now, we have until 5:30 to have discussion on this report, and I'm gonna turn it over to Ken to let him, he will do a brief presentation. And Ken, if you could let us know how you would prefer, do you want to run through all of your slides and then take questions, or would you prefer to take questions as you run through?
Let's do the questions as we run through the presentation.
All right, you're on, Ken. Thank you.
Should I share my screen, or do you have the presentation available?
That's actually the report, Larry.
That's the report, not the slides.
I know the slides were not attached to the meeting. No, just the presentation for some
Yeah,
reason.
slides were not. Maybe we can add it on.
Okay, I have
My
it.
apologies, I may have missed it.
No problem.
All right, everyone see this okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present at the study session. A lot of critical information to share on enrollment trends and where we see the future. And again, when we do a demographic study, we collect a lot of data. We look at a lot of information, try to understand attendance patterns and birth data, housing developments. And so it's an ongoing conversation. The information is fluid and things do change over time. So it's important that you look at the numbers every once in a while. It's been a real challenge, obviously, with all the impacts of the pandemic. And so it's been a real challenge these last couple of years to really accurately grasp what's occurring in our attendance. So the different factors, what we look at, obviously, we look at incoming feeder data. And so when we talk about the kindergarten capture rate, that really boils down to what's our incoming feeder data when it's at a high school level. The middle is the mobility and cohort factors, where we're trying to understand, right, how many 9th graders end up in 10th grade and how many 11th graders end up in 12th grade. It's tracking those enrollment numbers. And then finally, when we look at new development, we look at student yield factors and the number of new housing units being constructed. So all of that helps us to look at what's happening within the various school boundaries. And then to get from the boundaries to the actual enrollments, we look at what transfers take place. And those are both between campuses and students coming in from the outside the district. And so we do all this work in our GIS platform. And so this map illustrates an example of our system. The green area represents the school district boundary, and all the red dots represent all the students enrolled this school year. Once again, we have multiple years of that data, so that allows us to look at the trends over time. This chart here really just shows an example of the highest level of data, looking at total district enrollment. And we do look at the data as of October each year. And when we compare the enrollment over those 4 years, we can see there was growth between 18 and 19. And then there was a decline in 2020, and then another decline this year in 2021. And so our average cohorts actually are showing an overall increase from grade to grade. So again, that's a really important thing to understand in terms of development impacts and the ability to maintain students once they're enrolled. Where the declines are really seen is when we look at all your feeder school districts and the number of students that they're going to be feeding into your high schools. And so this really shows the overall summary in a pretty broad view. We're showing 10 years of historical enrollment and 10 years into the future. And so we can see the enrollment was climbing, and it peaked in the 2019-20 school year. And then we've had a couple of years of decline. And we're anticipating that decline to continue, and eventually it will stabilize. This is consistent with overall patterns we've seen in the overall birth rates across the state. We know that our high schools have seen their peak enrollment between 2 years ago and this year, as the largest classes, a number of births, are now at our high schools. And so all the incoming classes into the future, again, as a state, will be smaller. And so we've also seen that within the Bay Area region. And when we show, before we show the projections and utilization, we'd also like to remind you of how we calculate the school capacities. And so we are loading at 27 students per classroom, and we identified 100 classrooms at Los Gatos High and 60 at Saratoga High. And so we just simply take the number of classrooms times the loading standard to come up with a school capacity. And then the other information and the details in the report do show our attendance patterns. And so we identify in red dots if you live in the high school boundary and you attend that high school, whereas we have blue dots saying, I live in that high school boundary, but I attend a different school. And then we do have some yellow dots that represent I live in the district, but not in the school boundary for which I'm attending. And then we do have green dots that are outside the district that identify those students coming in from outside the district. We do have that color coding set up if you look at the individual pages of the report. Now, when we look at our actual enrollment projections by school, we do have a blue line and a red line. They're really almost identical. They represent the kids that live in the boundary versus the students enrolled. And then we also have our capacity line. So for Los Gatos High, obviously we have adequate capacity for our current population. We've been relatively stable, just a slight decline this year. But into the future, we are seeing that decline as smaller students come in. When we look at our current 8th graders and 7th graders, 6th graders, we're going to start seeing some smaller classes coming in. And so we're going from about 2,100 students down to the 1,800 range in the next 4 years. And then at Saratoga High, here you can see there's actually a higher enrollment shown in red compared to the blue line, which is the students that live in the boundary. So this is a net transfer into Saratoga. And again, there's adequate population or adequate capacity for the population. This school has been seeing a bit of a decline the last couple of years, and we are seeing that decline continue into the future. And then again, we summarize the data by showing an attendance matrix. So just the students transferring in and out of each of the campuses. And then this chart just helps illustrate just the variance in size between the enrollment at the two sites. And we do show a utilization chart just so we could understand, what our capacity is in comparison to what our enrollment is. And again, both sites have adequate capacity for the current populations. And with the declining in the enrollment projections, there's adequate capacity into the future. And then again, just a summary of our company here. So with that, I will stop my share. And if we want to ask any questions or look at some specifics in the report, I did receive some questions ahead of time. So I would like to provide a couple of answers first. One of the questions was regarding the feeder patterns. Your school boundaries do have a clean feeder system. Saratoga High has one feeder, and that is Saratoga Elementary, whereas Los Gatos High has 3 feeder elementaries: Loma Prieta School District, Los Gatos Elementary School District, and Lakeside Elementary School Districts, all feed into the Los Gatos High School campus. And then another question came up regarding the overall enrollment patterns. We do have a chart in our report that shows the original students enrolled in kindergarten compared to how many kids are now in your high school classes. And the numbers have increased greatly over time. And again, that's a common pattern we've seen for your district over time. And it is common in areas that are not as affordable. So there's not as many younger families as there are older children. And again, it's just a representation of areas where there may not be students there when they're born or when they first start kindergarten, but they move into the area afterwards. And so that's just an impact of the mobility where students do end up there at the high school grades. And then a question came up on our new housing developments. In the report this year, we only identified 2 housing projects that we're aware of on the books that are likely to happen over the next few years. And that does not include anything that's really identified as workforce or affordable. As you're probably aware, there are studies that are being done to identify locations that could be future affordable housing. However, they're not technically projects, they're just designations of land, potential land space. And since we really want to focus on items that will generate students in the next few years, just because there's potential zoning set up for affordable housing doesn't mean we've identified an actual builder or a project yet. So we're waiting until we get information from the planning department on actual projects before they would have an impact on the enrollment in our reports. So I just wanted to share some of that information on some questions we had received prior to the meeting.
So I'd like to get a little bit more understanding of the non-high school enrollments. As you know, we have district programs, in particular at Metro Ed and at West Valley College. They don't show up in enrollment within each of the two high schools, but they are district enrollment. So is it not part of your study because they don't impact classrooms?
So just for clarification, any students who are attending SVCTE are also enrolled at one of our high schools, so they would show up as enrolled students. The middle college kids are actually enrolled through our schools. They're in areas and assigned to a school.
Yeah, as I say, all this various programs you have, the students are enrolled at either Los Gatos High or Saratoga High. So that's the breakdown that we have for that data.
So the reason I raise it is because in the reporting of the COVID cases, the principal, Kevin, has been reporting, and then you sent this document out today, which has a matrix showing district programs, and you're not including those people then in each of the two high schools.
Yeah, for internally, we track them separately by program. For his purposes, they would be included because they are, like if we go into the student information system, ARIES, they are enrolled at one school or the other, even though they may be attending part-time at SVCTE or full-time at Middle College. They're still enrolled through one of our schools.
Why do you show it differently?
In our internal tracking?
Well, they're either at Los Gatos High School or Saratoga High School, yet they're not shown. Maybe you can break it down to show that.
I'm not understanding you.
Well, in the report that you have having to do with COVID, you don't include those in either of the two high schools. Maybe you can break that down as district programs, but assigned to each of the two high schools. I'm trying to.
Yeah, so the SVCTE kids wouldn't be shown separately at all because they attend half of their classes at either school.
So the 38 people.
So it's only the adult transition program and the middle college kids are the ones who attend full-time at West Valley College, but they are actually enrolled in our district through one of the two schools.
All right. So I don't know if the numbers, they seem pretty stable. So the numbers that Kevin reports as how many in Los Gatos and how many in Saratoga and how many district programs seem to have been pretty stable over the past several months. But that's a different total. It's 3392 versus the 3334 of this total. And I know the statement was, well, this total was from October. Are they the same numbers?
Are what the same numbers?
The numbers that Kevin reports, that you report as
So those are
enrollment.
current enrollment?
I think it was is that the one at the dashboard? We have Saratoga, Los Gatos, and then we have district student, like a 30A or something like that.
Yes,
Right.
So
30,
that total add up together is that,
3392.
Oh, okay.
And that's current enrollment, and
Okay.
that changes day by day. So
Okay.
Okay. But it seemed it's been pretty stable over the past several months. Because I
Yeah.
added up every Friday.
Yeah.
When I get, or every weekend.
yeah, it should be pretty stable, and particularly the kids in middle college and adult transition, those numbers are not very likely to change.
But the same for the Los Gatos and the Saratoga numbers that Kevin reports.
Yeah, we're going to have more change in those numbers than we likely would in middle college or adult transition, but they should be pretty stable. Because we just don't have that much transitory student population that's moving in and out.
So if you look at his numbers going back to October, you're saying that they're going to be 3334 and not 3392.
I would assume so, based on, I mean, the number in October is taken from what's called CBEDS, which is certain reporting, enrollment reporting that you have to do. So those, if we were to take the day that CBEDS was extracted and, any internal, they should add up to be the same, correct?
So that's a snapshot when the CBAC.
Yeah, so I'm a little dubious that they actually are the same
Yeah.
numbers. But that's okay.
Cynthia,
We do have a pattern, kids attending private schools, but prior to high school, then they come to, because this morning I was walking and I was talking to someone, she said her kids was attending a private school, but coming back to Saratoga High School. So I just wonder for this report, I'm sure we have the data available. And was that part of the, one of the factors you consider?
I did remember that the question was asked regarding, what's the total population of high school age students in comparison to the number enrolled in your schools? And every time the new census data is released, we do get a snapshot of the total population by age, but that data is not yet released. I expect that to come out in the next 6 to 8 months. Once we have that detailed level of data, we can prepare an additional snapshot for you of, as of the census data, what percentage of the total students at each of the grade levels were enrolled in your schools out of the entire population within the school district boundary. And so as soon as that data becomes available, we can forward that to you for your information.
Yeah, I think my question is, we do, like, when we have ninth graders coming to Saratoga High School or Los Gatos High School, some are from the local feeder school district
Right.
attending Saratoga or Los Gatos, but some would have attended, might have attended private school, then they come back to us attending public schools for Saratoga and Los Gatos. So I just wonder, when you were doing this report, were that information being provided to you? I don't know the number, but seems to me I have heard quite a few, because I think both our high school are excellent high schools. So we do have kids coming to high schools.
Yeah, and that information is tracked through the cohort methodology. So, for example, we do collect all of the actual data for your feeder districts, but not the private schools. So when we look at how many 8th graders there were last year that showed up in 9th grade class this year, there's usually a net increase. And so out of that increase, some of it is due to those that were in private schools now showing up. But again, part of it could just be there were families that moved into the area just in time for high school. And so all of that is combined into those cohort factors.
Okay, thank you.
So that's how the private school data is accounted for.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up on that, So, yeah, because that was me that had asked the question about, I think if we could find out how many kids were in our district that are not attending our high schools that are in the right age group. So not just private schools, but also homeschool and so forth.
Right.
It sounds like that data is not readily available. Is that
No,
correct?
it should be, you said, in the next 6 to 8 months. So I'll follow up and send that information over as soon as it comes in.
So
Okay.
Ken, just out of curiosity on that, so, the data is going to be released from the most recent census, and then, 8 years from now, would you still be operating on that same census data?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So the
Well,
farther you get away from the census, the less reliable that data is.
well, no, it's just a snapshot in time of what percentage of the population you're educating. Now, obviously, those numbers can change over time, but to get the most accurate data, we rely on the census. If we base it on some of the surveys, again, the accuracy just falls apart. That's why I really like to refer to census to get an accurate snapshot.
Okay, Peter?
So the census does release updates interim to the 10-year decennial. It's the American Community Survey, and
Right.
you can easily find those just by a simple query, readily available.
Yes, but it just doesn't have the same level of accuracy as the real data.
Well, it's real data. It has an estimated uncertainty, just like the census data. The decennial has an estimated accuracy. They all have different accuracy estimates.
Mhm.
Okay. And just as a quick comment, also Cynthia, I've heard people telling me stories of how they have moved from public schools to private schools because they're concerned about the stress and the difficulty of being in school at Saratoga High School. So I've heard stories both directions.
But also,
but-
I think also, because a lot of private school during the pandemic time, they were doing in person, at least in the beginning. And that's what I heard, some of the students might have been transferred to private school.
Yeah, that could be part of it, but they were using specifically other reasons, not COVID related.
Okay.
Anyway, the other thing, if you don't mind me going back on the, you were talking about the housing. So when you do your projections going forward, are you not taking into consideration any new developments that have not yet gone through the Planning Commission? So are you assuming that 10 years out, the total housing supply will still be exactly the same as it is today? Or, plus whatever this approved housing is?
Yeah, our normal process is to look at what's on the books with the planning department. And again, so we identified those 2 projects. And normally, anything that's not planned is typically beyond, our 5 to 6 year standard window when we're looking at the detailed reports by school. When we go out to years 7 through 10, right, that's a real challenge. So we just assumed, I think, about 70 units per year for those out years, that there'd be some additional development finally taking place.
Oh, okay, so you don't look at because I know city planning documents are not going to be built necessarily because you need a developer to build them. But for instance, Los Gatos and Saratoga are both currently making housing plans going out 10 years. So you don't
Right.
look at those documents and use those in your projections at all?
Not for our short-term projections, where we're trying to, identify true
Yeah, I was
numbers
talking about the
for our
7 to 10.
budget planning.
Yeah. I was talking about the 7 to 10 years, because you were saying in 7 to 10 years out, you do like 70 units.
Right, because we just look at what the average construction rate is during our short-term period.
So with the state law changes, I'm not sure about the housing elements number in Los Gatos. but I have seen 1,700 units has been well publicized in city of Saratoga. I think that have to be, is that 2025? I think.
Within 10 years.
Within 10 years. So I think nowadays, I understand and I appreciate your methodology, but I think because the state law now trump the local control in terms of housing units, that could potentially add more students to both our high schools. How many?
Yeah, so I mean, but I think the point that, and I apologize, I forgot your name already. Ken, sorry, Ken. I think the point Ken is making is they're somewhat conservative in the way they approach things. So just because a city zones a certain area for housing doesn't mean that housing is going to be there. A developer has to come in and build that. And he's only looking at specific plans where a developer has already put in a plan to actually get things done.
Correct. So similar to like the North 40 development.
Exactly, yeah,
That was rezoned for
right.
residential, but until a developer came in and an actual development was approved, it wouldn't be included in enrollment projections.
Right. So if anything, these projections are probably going to be low compared to what we might expect to see if we did see a massive increase in building.
Right. And
Yeah.
in looking at some of our historic projections, we did have some over projections, which is common because of the pandemic. So we did want to bring a more conservative approach for your planning purposes.
Yeah. For one example, like a Saratoga, the Jeans Market area, even though it's already approved the plan, but I think the last thing I heard, the builder has no interest, developer had no interest in the short term, to do anything on that
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
It's probably not in our district anyway,
Yeah.
because that area is probably not our
Right.
district.
But-
I think Belgrove's is, but not
Campbell,
them.
Yeah. Okay, I have, is that everyone's question? Do you have more, David?
I'm looking, hold on.
Yeah, I know, I try to make sure he can answer all your questions. While you're
Yeah.
looking, let me
Yeah,
ask one
go,
question.
go.
I have a question on the page 14 of your report. You use the yield rate of 0.155, which is the 1-year data. Is that pretty consistent for the last few years?
On which page?
On page 14, you use the yield rate.
report, not a PowerPoint.
Yeah, for your report. On the page 14.
Yeah, on page, you calculated the other way. You
Yeah.
took the number of housing units and you divided the
Yeah,
number
you
of
come up
students
with
into
the
it.
yield rate, and then you use that 0.155.
Right.
Your data snapshot to project, how many students, new student will be, for the next year or next 10 years. Is that, that 0.155 you mentioned, it's lower than the state average, so that 0.155, is that pretty consistent for the past few years in our school district? Just curious.
Yes, that's looking at the total population in comparison to the total housing units. And so that gives us a really good grasp of the density for the types of housing in your district. It does vary over time. We have seen statewide, the number has been dropping. And so when I mentioned that 0.2 average, that's not truly the state average anymore. That's just the number that it used to be at when it did a study on determining what the average high school population is in the state, and that's the number they use for the state building program. So it's just a reference that we use.
Yeah, my question is that 0.155 is using 1 year of the number to make up that factor. My question is that that's for 2020. What about the previous year? Usually, I just wanted to know are we consistent on that, or your methodology just used the snapshot of the current year?
Yeah, we're using that snapshot, but we found that to be a realistic number that provides us a good guideline. Again, sometimes we make adjustments to that depending on the details of a particular project. Obviously, we don't factor in any student housing for senior housing. And some projects that are more affordable could have a higher yield rate. Some that are higher density sometimes have a lower yield rate. But that, as an overall snapshot for planning purposes, we found that works really well. And
Okay,
it is pretty stable.
okay, thank you. David, do you have more?
Just one question for Ken, and then I had a question that is probably not a Ken question. So I was curious, Ken, so you're showing a particular number of school students who are coming into our district from outside of our district, what you call inter-district students, right?
Yes.
Are you assuming that number is just steady through the time period going forward?
Yeah, we do not assume that number will increase or decrease. We keep it steady.
Okay, okay. All right, thanks. And then the other question that I had more for Mike and his staff was really around, you know, we're showing, and I guess it's sort of an overall discussion that is related to demographics about moving forward here, right? But we're showing some pretty dramatic drops in the number of students across both schools, right? But we're going to hit some pretty low numbers for Saratoga High School if this trends continue, right? We could be somewhere around like 600 kids. I can't find the page right now. And I'm just wondering, or no, 900. So is that, you know, really viable for high school to have that few kids? What are we going to need to do? Are there things that we need to be planning now to try to address these potential drops?
Yes, and so, you know, if you're talking about getting, you know, obviously the incremental decrease impacts programs. You're still going to offer the core academics. It's going to be your elective courses that begin to shrink. Your extracurriculars, you may not be able to field teams for all of the sports that you currently do. So it does start to have impact on program. So I think what we need to talk about, because essentially, you know, a district has four choices when you're facing this sort of imbalance between two schools, with one school getting particularly small. One is you just accept it and allow that school to be a very small school. Two is you consider closing a school if it were to get that small. Three would be redrawing a boundary to better balance the enrollment. Or four is to use more of a market-based approach and allow the smaller school to kind of develop some programs and actively sort of recruit students from the other attendance area. So those are all potential strategies that I think we need to start talking about, and I think we need to engage the Saratoga High School community in that conversation, and, you know, share this data with them and say, this has significant implications and we don't want to wait 5 years to begin talking about how we're going to address that. My personal bias is to use more of the market-based approach to allow students to move freely between the two schools. I came from a school district where I spent 28 years where all four high schools were schools of choice, and kids chose which high school they wanted to go to based on, and you had to allow the schools to differentiate from each other. If the schools were identical, it really wasn't a choice, right? So there are some creative things that we can look at and think about doing that. You know, I think with this information and, you know, an even greater decline in enrollment projected than was previously projected, we need to start having those long-range kind of planning conversations.
Yeah,
So
Cindy.
Mike, so currently we do allow, the data shows we do allow students live in Los Gatos area to attend Saratoga High School. They just have to go through an application process.
Correct.
do we ever have to do drawing? I'm just
No,
curious.
we've not had to. So the only time you actually legally can deny a transfer request is if you don't have enough capacity at that school. That's not the case at either of our schools currently. So anybody who applies, other than some students who may have some very specific special education needs that can only be met at a particular school site, other than that, we don't have any legal ground to deny a transfer request.
Because in the past, we did set number and then we do drawing. But now what you are saying is it's really a school of choice already.
So that is California law, that if a school has available capacity, you must accept a transfer from within your school district.
So what you are referring to in terms of marketing is to take a more active approach.
Correct.
To market the excellent programs we have at each high school.
Yep, exactly.
And to build differentiation.
Yes, and it means
Yes.
they have to be different,
Yes.
yeah.
I have a question. Do you also handle both of our feeder middle schools? Do you handle Fisher and Redwood Middle?
Are you posing that?
Yeah, they're part of the elementary school districts.
Yes, so they feed into the high school. So do you do their work as well?
We are working with some of the districts, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to as we were just talking about capacity, I'm assuming that they also have capacity, but in the past, Fisher didn't have capacity. So is it a true statement to say both middle schools that feed into us right now have capacity as well?
I would say that's very likely. Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but
Yeah, I believe that is true, Teresa.
Okay, thank you very much.
Isn't that, I remember you proposed to have this demographic study with our feeder school together?
Yep, and so most of our feeders took advantage of that. One of our feeders did not.
Okay.
It complicated the issue of a parcel tax.
Yes,
So
I
they
remember
chose-
that.
They
Yeah, I
chose not
remember
to
that.
participate.
So, I guess the trick with doing the marketing approach is that kids are going, with 4 high schools, and there were probably at least 4 feeder schools that were coming into that. There was a lot more room for crossover between the feeder school and the high school.
Right.
The problem we're going to run into with trying to do a marketing approach here is that if your kids went to Redwood,
Yeah.
they're very likely going to want to go to Saratoga because that's where their friends are.
Yeah.
And the same with Fisher. If they went to Fisher, they're going to say, we should just go to Los Gatos.
Yeah, and that's true in all cases. And I don't think we're like, I mean, I don't know. I have experience seeing very large shifts of kids based upon programmatic things that you do at a school, and quite honestly, the ability of the school to market itself. And so I think that, and this is more the conversation about what do we do about these numbers than about the numbers themselves. But I think there are some options to better balance enrollment between the two. And let's be honest, nobody has much desire to talk about closing a school. Nobody has much desire about redrawing boundaries because it's a political hot potato.
Right.
And I don't think any of us have much appetite to see Saratoga High School dwindle down to 600 students, simply because of the limitations on programs that would be available. And I think the more it declines, the greater number of kids we will see starting to transfer out of it because of the lack of opportunities that they may have programmatically, and it becomes a vicious cycle. So that's why my bias is to approach that. But you need to think about that strategically in the long term. So.
I think that would be a good topic for us to talk about that at the board workshop or whatever. Yeah,
So
Peter?
you've got great robotic opportunities, you have great media arts program, you have great theater. I mean, there are lots of good ways organically to differentiate the two campuses.
Oh, yeah, no, there, I mean,
There
if
won't
we
be any
decided to
shortage.
go this approach, there's definitely things
There
that
won't
we
be
could
any
do.
shortage.
There's definitely ideas, lots of things.
Yeah.
But I think we need to understand what that would look like. Maybe as part of that, that study, you could provide us a little bit of a background on how the different schools in your previous district, how they differentiated themselves and how that actually looked in practice. Because I think that helps. It's easy for us to talk about these ideas and, you know, it's sort of like, just because we have a great music program in in Saratoga High School doesn't mean we won't want to have music at Los Gatos, right? Same
No,
with robotics or
absolutely.
the others. So we don't want to deprive kids of a school just because we're trying to drive them to a different school. But there's got to be a way to understand how you do the marketing. So I think
Correct.
having some guidance from how that was done practically in another district would be really useful for the.
And, yeah, I mean, quite honestly, you know, my belief is that it is the role of Saratoga High School and the parents and community of Saratoga to be actively engaged in figuring out what makes us unique and how do we want to brand ourselves and how do we want to market ourselves. But that's a big mind shift for schools that are used to just, we have a boundary and we get kids based on our boundary.
Yeah. Okay. Teresa, do you have more question, or are your question being answered?
My questions have been answered. It's just very thought-provoking about our Measure E funds and spending money when we look at declining enrollment. It's very thought-provoking.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay.
all right.
Any
Well,
mo-
Ken,
any
thank
more-
you very much for joining us and answering questions. If we have further questions that come up, I'll get in contact with you.
Okay.
Sounds great. Have a good evening.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think when the census data come out, I think it will be good to look at, you know, how, so that is a baseline we can look at, how we can maybe,
You know, and that's,
you know, some
Another
program can draw those
workshop.
students.
that's quite on, you know, that gives us good data about what's part of our market that we're not capturing. Students who live in our district who are not attending our schools. And you can also market to those students to get them to enroll in a school that has declining enrollment.
So, Mike, because we are in middle of pandemics, so actually it kind of changed the pattern to some extent. So we just don't know when things hopefully get back to normal. You know, we might see a different trend, hopefully.
Well, we may see less of a decline than is projected, but we're going to see
We still-
enrollment
Some
declines.
declining.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, even the projection from 2 years ago, it was significant decline.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's not going to, yeah, the trend is not going to change
But
in the short term.
That's statewide, right?
It is statewide and particularly, you know, it's, I mean, we're seeing that in our area here in the South Bay.
Dang, you reminded me of the question I forgot to ask Ken, which was how his discrepancy from his previous projections, how that compared to what we were expecting from them, like the accuracy rate.
Well, if you remember my question 2 years ago, or what was your accuracy? They answered just like that, 1%. And, you know, 1% is 33 people, 33 students out of the district. And obviously, it's a couple of percent. But, you know, the reality is it's only good for the next couple of, maybe 3 years.
Yeah,
Beyond
probably
that,
2-3
it's-
years, yeah,
It's a crapshoot, and it's going
Yeah.
to be done over again anyway.
right, right.
1% in 1 year they probably made, but 1% in 3 years.
No, they didn't.
made. They didn't?
In the
Okay.
first, like, 3 or 4 pages of the report, they give
have
charts
that.
about
Yeah.
what the 2018 projection was.
Yeah.
versus-
Yeah, I know, that's why I was
Yeah.
looking at that right now.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
It
it
seems
is,
like Los Gatos has
So
more
that
of
was
the
public
changes.
comment.
Yeah. Are we done with this?
Yep.
Okay, so then we have the public comments with a demographic study, seeing none, so
Anybody
No, nobody here. No, no other people. Told me to.
No, but Zoom, is there any?
Oh,
I see one attendee. Do you guys see one attendee?
no?
Is that there?
Yeah, big
Who's that?
We can't see you.
I just wanted to tell you what, yeah, there
So
is
there
one.
Anybody raise the hand? Sorry.
No raising
raise-
hands, but you do
Okay.
have one public.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you, Teresa.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Now we adjourn to the closed session.
Wait, no, we have public comment.
We have
on the
public
closed session.
comment on closed session first.
Oh, okay. Now we have the public. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on the items on the closed session agenda. Do we have any raised hand? No? Okay, all right, great. So let's go to the closed session. Thank you.
Julie, has the food arrived? Julie, can you text me? Julie, can you check your text again, please, and text me back? Julie, could you please promote Derek to a panelist, please? He's in the waiting room as an attendee.
Hey Greg, are you aware that we're doing this whole, pretty much this whole slideshow?
Kevin, this is still, I believe, live.
Okay, I'm just checking. I'm putting a lot of notes in under each slide. I think Mike's going to introduce it and then hand it off to us. I can take the first slide.
Okay, follow your lead.
Okay. Thank you, Jane.
Mhm.
we come back to the open section a little bit late. We have a very interesting discussion at the closed session. But anyway, I'm reporting out from the closed session. The Brown Act identifies specific topics that involve confidential information which should not be shared publicly. The board, in accordance with this section of Governance Code, met in closed session to review the posted topics. And we are reporting out that we approve the settlement agreement case number 21-22-5. Okay, so that's conclude my report from the closed session. Thank you. Okay, all right. So right now, let's do the flag salute. Peter, would you like to? Oh, we don't have student. Okay, Peter, would you like to lead
I'm not
us?
the youngest.
Oh,
It's got to be the youngest person.
okay. Who's the? Okay, let's begin.
I
Pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Right now, let's do the student recognitions. Do we have any, Greg?
Good evening. Hi. I'm not sure if Derek is here. Derek was going to present for Wesley, but there we are. There's Derek.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Derek.
Yes, I'm just gonna first give a report for Wesley, and then I can go over the school report. So congratulations to Wesley Chen, who was recently awarded the Golden Quill Award by the California School Boards Association. The Golden Quill Award highlights the essential role of journalists in increasing the understanding of the objectives, operations, accomplishments, challenges, and opportunities related to public schools. The award is given in recognition of fair, insightful, and accurate reporting on public school news. Wesley was nominated by his teacher, Mr. Hemmerich, and recognized for his work on SHS TV. Mr. Hemmerich shared, during his tenure with SHS TV, Wesley has continually shown professionalism when it comes to both journalistic and technical standards. He ensures stories are approached in an unbiased manner, researched properly, and relevant to the student body. He also pays close attention to the production quality, providing guidance and assistance to a rotating roster of editors. In addition, Wesley has shown fantastic leadership and communication skills. On a daily basis, he can be seen managing several groups at a time while also listening to and synthesizing their feedback. His tenacity, empathy, and integrity have truly made him an asset to SHS TV and the broader SHS community. Once again, congratulations to Wesley Chen.
Okay. Congratulations, Wesley. Do we see Wesley here?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you wanted to share something?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the board's recognition of my award. First, I want to thank Mr. Hemrick for his guidance along my high school journalistic journey. He has inspired me to think beyond of myself and onto the school and the Saratoga community. Also, thank you, Saratoga High School, for having the course of multimedia journalism to inspire my journalistic school-wide and community reporting. Thank you.
Okay, cool, thank you. Now we go to the staff reports and comments. Mike, is that you? Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. So the student board rep report. Derek, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Many Saratoga High students had a restful holiday break and are excited for the fresh start this semester. The rise of COVID cases has undoubtedly increased the amount of concern among the student body, and I myself know numerous people that tested positive over the past 2 weeks. One of the biggest sources of anxiety is for people that did contract COVID because they had to miss more than a week of school and are losing out on essential instructional time. From a student perspective, it's been difficult balancing coursework and staying wary of the possibility of close contacts. About 800 students today were tested, and hopefully this can help address the increased stress from students. For the upcoming leadership events, our annual Speak Up for Change Week is happening from January 31st to February 4th and is focused around mental health. The theme is stepping forward. Ultimately, the goal of the event is to promote a culture of inclusion amongst the student body, with club-run activities leading to a school-wide assembly at the end of the week. At the assembly, which will take place in the quad, student and teacher speakers will share their personal experience with the school. Also, the Leadership Disneyland trip was recently canceled due to the rising concern from parents, faculty, and students. And lastly, the spring musical this year is Fiddler on the Roof, and auditions start on January 24th at 4 p.m. in the drama room. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. How about the Los Gatos student rep, Catherine?
Hello. I hope everyone had a fantastic break. I have a fairly short update today because, like Saratoga, Los Gatos just started ramping up second semester last week. Fingers crossed that it stays in person while everyone is healthy. I would like to second Derek's input on COVID anxiety because it is definitely prevalent towards both those who contract COVID and those who are exposed. I would just like to bring up the on-campus testing also. I believe the students are really thankful for the constant available tests as well as the preventative COVID tests before we return back to school. I actually know a decent number of people who tested positive and didn't return to campus, which probably prevented a good number of exposures. Gearing up for the semester, I know that many events are being postponed for safety. There is still Spirit Weeks, proms, Sadies, our all-school dance, talent shows, spring musicals, and more being planned, but they're for later dates, and those are tentative. Starting last week, students at Los Gatos High School can sign up to both start and continue clubs for the second semester, and also preparing for next year, we're having an 8th grade welcome night on January 26th. This year is virtual, and I am excited to introduce our future freshmen to our school. Lastly, as you probably know, Martin Luther King Jr. Day is this next Monday, January 17th, so we are coming up to a 3-day weekend. Thank you.
Okay. Now it's for the staff report. Mike, who wanted to go first?
I will go first. So as the students mentioned, I hope that everyone had a relaxing winter break with family and friends. And obviously our return to school for second semester has been a bit more challenging than we'd hoped for due to the COVID surge. But our team has worked very hard to make our return to school as safe and smooth as possible. You'll get a more thorough update during the report and discussion items. But I want to thank some individuals who've worked tirelessly to make sure that we could reopen in person and do it as safely as possible. I'm thankful to the state of California for providing at-home rapid tests for every student in our school district. Some other school districts still haven't received their tests, but our county got one of the early shipments, and I'm even more thankful for our COVID team, Gina Warren, Marissa Perez, Brian Thompson, Alex Chapman, Brian Safine, and Jane for kind of coordinating the pickup and distribution of those tests, particularly Brian, who drove his truck over to County Office of Ed on a Friday afternoon, picked those tests up, took them to schools and locked them up at schools, and then the team worked on organizing, getting staff to volunteer to come in on that Sunday, January 2nd, so that we could get those tests into the hands of staff and students before they came back on campus. And we had a large number of people who volunteered at Los Gatos. We had Lupe Araujo from HR, Teresa, and her son and her husband came and volunteered to help with that. Christy Grasty and her husband Harvey helped with that. David Guidry volunteered for that, and Zeta Vendosila volunteered for that. So, and then over at Saratoga, Cynthia Chang, Abra Evanoff, Lindsay Harris, Brittany Lavalfy, and Greg Louie Amy Obenauer, our DTA president, and Catherine Sang all helped to distribute those tests on that day. So that was a collective effort that allowed us to hand out over 2,500 test kits. So we got 5,000 tests out there into our community. And that allowed us to test as many people as possible before they came on campus and potentially spread COVID at school. We're aware of about 116 positive tests that came back from those rapid tests. So that's 116 people who could have come to school and spread that. So it was an effective way to help prevent school-based spread. Ongoing with this surge, testing coordination and close contact notification have been a huge lift for us right now. I'm thankful for our team pulling together, putting in very long hours outside of the normal workday to do the notifications and keep our students and staff as safe as possible. I also want to thank and acknowledge the efforts of our teachers, our administrators, and our support staff who are pitching in to cover for colleagues who are out of school because they've tested positive or have to be in quarantine. So we are having higher absence rates among our staff than normal, but the work that those staff members do doesn't go away. So other people are having to pick up the slack, teachers subbing on their prep periods, administrators subbing, classified staff covering for their colleagues. So it's really a all hands on deck situation, and everyone is pitching in to get through this period of crisis. So just want to acknowledge that and thank them. And with that, I think we can turn it over to the principals for their comments.
Okay.
I'll go first. So Mike took a lot of my steam in terms of some of the things. I wanted to thank Brian and Marissa also, and thank our teachers for stepping up and helping each other out and staff. With regards to COVID, we do have a vaccination booster clinic that is on the books now, on the calendar now, for the 22nd Saturday from 10 to 2. So we can be able to service our community. We've already notified our community and our feeder district to let them know, so we can try to help out that way. And our guidance counselors are planning the Rising Parent Guidance Nights for the week of the 24th. All of those meetings will be on Zoom for that week for the 4 different classes. So there we are for that. Welcome back.
I like to go last because then everything's already been said. I only have to say a couple of things. More of the same. This has been a challenging week back first semester, obviously, with the surge, but everything that Mike said was true, and it manifested itself at our school pretty well. Had those 100 and so kids showed up on the first day, we might be having a very different conversation here today in terms about whether or not we could keep school up and running. Again, to echo what Mike said, everyone is helping out. There's some remarkable microclimates in our school where departments are coming together and strategizing the whole coverage and then giving it as a package to our office managers to say, okay, this person we know is going to be out, but this is how we're going to cover it. And that's happening in multiple departments and multiple areas around the school. So that's really reassuring to know that, and at this point, we haven't really resorted to anything draconian. We did have to combine some classes earlier in the week as we got kind of on top of the volume of absences that we were seeing among staff. But by, I think by Wednesday or Thursday, we stopped combining classes and every class had coverage. Now the coverage is happening within the department. So they're getting a teacher that is within that discipline and can often teach the subject. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's definitely ongoing. Other than that, I mean, we could talk about this all day, but other than that, all our activities are up and running. We're doing everything. Athletics is going on. We have a fall play that's going to be, sorry, not a fall play, a spring musical, Little Women, that's going into production. Auditions are starting soon, like Kate said. And the only thing that we have potentially postponed is the talent show that was coming up in a week or so. So we've just asked them to find another date on the calendar and have hopes that could still happen. But at this point, we're doing everything we can to keep school open and to keep all our activities up and running. Our attendance is hovering just under 90%, which tells me that our kids want to come to school and they want to be here. maybe around closer to 85. And it's actually back up on the rise. It started kind of low and then picked up and then kind of went down again Thursday and Friday. And then this week seems to be back going up a daily attendance. So there's lots to be hopeful for. And it's an exciting time to be in education.
Great. Thank you so much. I really wanted to take this opportunity to shout out for our site administrator, teachers, district staff, everyone really chip in, for our school can open the school and running as smooth as we can, even though with a lot of the students and staff, out due to the COVID, and we still get the school running and going. I think I can say on behalf of the board, we're really, fortunate, have those dedicated staff, really keep our students' learning opportunity as their the top priority. Thank you so much on that one. Okay, does that conclude with the staff reports from you? Okay. So now we move on to the public comment about items not on the agenda. So public comments, public concerns for items not on the agenda. Members of the public may address the board on any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, per the Brown Act, as an unagendized item, no response is required from the board or district staff and no action can be taken. We ask that you complete and submit a blue card to a staff member if you wish to speak in person, or raise your hand on Zoom if attending virtually, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. In addition, I would like to make sure that everyone knows that the views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speaker and do not necessarily reflect the views of the board or district staff. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meeting for all of our community. The board respects each individual's right to express their ideas and opinions and pursue to applicable law and board policy. The board will not prohibit public criticism of the board of district. We ask that you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Be mindful that district students are watching and may be some of the commenters. You should address the board and the public in a respectful manner so that everyone observing is made to feel welcome, safe, and respected. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings, and persistent or excessive disruptions by any individual or group shall be grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Okay, now let's move to the report and discussions. Sorry. Okay, all right. So could you promote that?
Nice try.
Don't see his.
So I'm ready. I'm waiting to be recognized.
Yeah.
So may I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Mike Grove, administrative staff, community members, and guests. My name is Denise Ramon Herrera. I currently serve as a member on the Santa Clara Committee on School District Organization, representing Supervisory District 1, and was re-elected for a second term, November 2021, to serve another 4 years. I attended Santa Clara County Public Schools in the Franklin McKinley School District and graduated from the Eastside Union High School District in 1970. Graduated from public schools in Los Gatos. Son Joseph graduated from Los Gatos High in 1997, and daughter Christine graduated from Los Gatos High School in 2003. I served on the committee for 4 years as a member, vice chair, and chairperson. I take my role seriously and have perfect attendance. I'm an advocate for all students and very passionate and committed to public school education and student safety. I worked for almost 36 years in school business and understand school board policies, administrative regulations, California education codes, and proficient in school district operations. I'm professional, fair, confidential, and understand protocol. I also worked at the Los Gatos Union School District for 33 and a half years. During the last 4 years on the committee, we made decisions transferring properties from 1 to 50 parcels in various areas in Santa Clara County. We also approved 3 school districts to establish trustee areas. The committee heard presentations from staff and legal counsel about the CVRA, which stands for California Voting Rights Act, and so forth. I currently serve on the Los Gatos Union School District Budget Advisory Committee. Recently, I was on the subcommittee where we recommended the reserves to be increased to 15 to 16%. 100% of the discovery was mine, and 85% of the PowerPoint was my work. I also served as the chairperson of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee and turned out, and currently the vice chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. In 2016, I was one of the campaign organizers for the successful renewal of the high school Measure A parcel tax. So on November 16th, I made a public comment. Denise Ramon Herrera spoke regarding her candidacy for a seat on the Santa Clara County Committee for School District Organization. The vote did not go my way. I was disappointed. And I've read your minutes. And it was said that someone believed in term limits. Do you realize when you voted for Ellen Wheeler and Jane Pernis, representing District 5 and District 3, that was for a second term. You also mentioned, yes?
Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, well, I will like to say I'm disappointed regarding your votes, but I prevailed with the other districts. And I'd like to invite you to attend the next Santa Clara County Committee meeting that's held on the second Mondays at 5:30 via Zoom. And you'll understand what this committee does. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Denise, for your comment, and especially congratulations on your re-election. And thank you for serving our district, many of those committee, and so thanks. Okay, now let's move on to the report.
Are there any more?
No. Okay. Okay, so let's move to the report and discussion. The first one is SVCT updates. Mike, do you want to do the introduction?
I will introduce that. So as you know, we're lucky enough to be a member of the Metro Ed Collective, and as part of that, the Silicon Valley Career Technical Education Center. And through that partnership, we're able to provide our students access to world-class career technical education programs that we would not be able to offer to our students if we tried to run all of our own CTE programs. We have seen growth in our enrollment over the last few years, and we're excited about that and hope to see continued growth in the future. This evening, Alyssa Lynch, the superintendent of Metro Ed and SVCT, joins us to provide an update on this SVCT program. So,
well, good
Superintendent
evening.
Lynch, we're happy to have you here with us.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for your kind words and calling us world-class career technical education. I appreciate that. So, good evening, Mike and board members. This is my 9th time coming here to this board meeting, and I'm very familiar with everybody here, so I'm going to keep my presentation very short and brief tonight. I wanted to start out, and I'm thinking that you have my PowerPoint presentation on your, if you have that there. Okay, so I have in front of me my slides, and I just wanted to start out, the first slide that you have is showing that your superintendent.
Perhaps we can show that on the screen.
On the screen.
So the public get to see it.
Yeah.
Larry can.
I'll carry on while he.
Yeah.
I'll carry on while he has he looks for that. But I
Okay.
just wanted to say thank you that the Los Gatos board members and superintendent and chief academic officer, I'm sorry, Heath, I don't know your actual title, but they came by.
He's the assistant superintendent.
I
He
gave
just
him a new
got promoted.
title. They came by this year.
Figures it out, we change it.
We have all kinds of names for Heath.
And Jamal was there too, so.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jamal had a good time. He was doing some hands-on demonstrations, but I just wanted to start out by showing a few slides of showing you in action on our campus. So again, thank you for that. Next, my slide says, who's new at Metro Ed? I think it's important to let you know that we have a new chief business officer, and I have her right here, Dorothy Recanosi. And so she's worked her way up. She came to us. She was at Cupertino Union High School District, or Cupertino Elementary District. Then she was in Redwood City. She'd been at Santa Clara County Office of Education. She went back to Cupertino and then came to us. So I consider her my other half and very fortunate to have her. She's already done a fabulous job and has made great changes for us in helping us automate a lot of our work. We also have a new, I want to say, director of technology this year, who we recruited him through Robert Half. And so we brought somebody in who was not in education to really help us bolster our technology. So next, as far as what's new, our instructors this year, we have a new dental teacher, electrical teacher, and sports medicine teacher. Having 3 new teachers for a very small staff is a lot of new teachers. And this year we also have a new counselor, like every other school, for social emotional support. We also this year received $1.7 million for COVID funds. We know how expensive all of this is, and we had already spent $1 million last year, so it's kind of like a reimbursement for us, and then we continue on with the spending. And then also as far as what's new is that our foundation, for the first time, they provided about 17 grants, or 17 scholarships from grant funding for students. They received $77,000 in a donation last year, and this year, last week, they received another $100,000. So what we do is we backfill from seats that are still available to allow some students to attend on a grant basis. Highlights from the fall, and that is that we opened our doors with 1,200 students. Way back last year when we reopened after the shutdown, we had approximately 50% of our students that returned to in-person. So I just kind of wanted to go back to that for a second. We reintroduced students to social life and supportive academic learning when they came back this year. We all know about the trauma and the social interaction, so we had to help them reacclimate. We increased our dual enrollment in our articulation agreements, and we were awarded another grant by the Community College District, which is the Strong Workforce. That was an additional, I believe, $939,000. We implemented this year an automotive academy for students. It's a leadership program in the auto program, and we offered students new certifications in the construction technology area. The next slide is the data for your school from last year. And on my slide, it's too small to read, but I remember that you had 26 students that were attending. And then it shows you, I know what it shows you, the breakdown of the juniors, the seniors, the demographics of the students, male and female as well, and the IEPs, so on and so forth. The next slide is the additional student data from last year, and so that's actually your outcomes. So you had 22 students that completed pathways, and then 21 students earned, or there were 21 certifications that were earned, and 6 articulations, 1 dual enrollment, which is college credit, and then the credit that the students received, you can see the D, F, G, and E, and the numbers there in front of you. Great. And so I always feel like just that little bit that we help somebody get A through G credit is really important, and they may not get there elsewhere. And so we open options for students. And the courses are listed in front of you from animation all the way down to veterinary, so you can see which students, the 21 students, which classes that they were in. And then each year I like to report to you the student enrollment. So you can see the number of students was 13 students from Los Gatos and it looks like 8 students from Saratoga High School from last year.
Wow.
Every year I bring the same data, just updating it, and then you can see the enrollment for the last 5 years. And it went from, over the last 5 years, from 10 to 21 students. And then my final slide is sharing with you that we had Assemblymember Alex Lee come out for a tour. Catherine was there, and he's been a champion for us. He spoke on behalf of Metro Ed in Sacramento several times last year. I just want to say several times, over and over and over. He was a broken record, really supporting us and really trying to help us become direct funded. He will continue to do that, and I will continue to be a voice for that in Sacramento as well until we are successful. And that's my report, so thank you very much.
Okay, yeah.
Have you made any, is there any progress? Is there any hope for direct funding?
I feel
Anything
like
tangible?
I don't feel like right at the moment for direct funding, but we know when we received the 1.7 for the COVID funds, it's because we were very loud and very active in Sacramento. We kept saying there's these centers and you really need to remember us. And so, you know, that's how they did that, how they rewarded or included us. I know the governor just released his budget yesterday, and there was an analysis today. And I can say there's $1.5 billion out there for college and career pathways. So we're going to wait till February to see when they have the, I want to say the trailer bill language that comes out that defines it, and see where we fit in. So we know we'll be lobbying from now until February to make sure that we are in there and that we can receive some funds as well.
Yeah.
Cynthia? Thank you. Cynthia?
Well, first of all, I just want to say have always been impressed with the program the Silicon Valley Career Tech Education has been offering to the students. One question I have is regarding your slide. I think the title is Data from 2021, 2022. You show a graph, students served. You have 10 students, student with disability, and 1 student with 504 plans. So in total, you have 26, and out of the 26, we have 11 need additional assistance. Is that the case? Am I reading it?
Yeah, the
correctly?
additional, I have to do my math, additional 15 students would be, I want to say, not diagnosed or not,
Or maybe
can't think of the
each
right
one
word.
Yeah, maybe he's can help
Yeah,
out.
so
I know
it
he-
just, it means that they've been identified and qualified for the plan due to a disability. The level of service and support they require at SVCT depends obviously on the student and the course. And when I see those numbers, I'm very excited because we know those students often don't head to college. So to go to SVCT to earn college credit, certificate, it's great, and they're thriving there. I can tell you in my 6th year, there hasn't been one student they have not been able to meet the needs of, including a student that came from our CBI program here that had an aide.
Wow.
And the teacher was amazing and modified the animation class. So they've done a tremendous job. They never once reached out for additional support or services. So definitely want to commend them for that.
So if the student needs additional aid, that person will go with the students to the classroom?
Responsibility of the home district. So we funded the aid that accompanied the student to SVCT.
So we have only been sending 1 aid there other than this one?
Just for that one student because it was on the student's IEP.
Right,
Wow.
but all the others, they were
supported within the
able
program,
to
yep.
accommodate. This is
Wow.
wonderful. Thank you so much.
David?
Yeah, so you show us the trend of how we're doing, which is great that we're seeing more kids going. How are you doing overall across our whole JPA? Are you seeing your attendance going up? Or, I mean, I know COVID was probably a bit of a problem for you, but are you seeing a trend upwards, or how do you see that at the overall level?
Thank you for asking. COVID, I was very surprised because it was difficult to what we call recruit. We did everything virtually last year. We typically will have 10,000 students that will come through from the school districts on a field trip. And so the number was approximately 100 lower than what I was expecting. So actually I was very positive about that. In terms of the whole 6 districts, budget has always been a problem or a challenge for them. So I did see, not including COVID, the previous years, I did see the numbers dip. There was about 2 years ago when we lost 59 students, and let's just say San Jose was about 30 and 29 from another district. So I'm used to when they reduce their numbers, they're usually in the 20 and the 30, and Milpitas also reduced one time from 74 down to 30. So typically I'll take about a $250,000 hit. It can be, one year it was $750,000. So I really, I know I've said this a couple times, Heath was there. I advocate very strongly to the superintendents every October, please don't reduce your numbers, because they have gotten to the point where if you reduce them anymore, it's very difficult to operate. So I have gotten them to the point where, like, please don't do this, because honestly we can take an additional 500 students, more than what we are receiving. And I understand the dilemma from the state. The state poses this dilemma on the budget for the districts.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to say, it's very, I feel very honored and privileged to serve on the board at the SVCT, and seeing this year, how much work, the superintendent and then her staff to work on. And I think David really touched the point is, it's not like the student, we don't have the student wanted to attend that class, but because limited by their home district, how many of the seat they are willing to allow. So when, just giving an example, when I was sitting on the board meeting, we have the student come through, and then they, for example, one school district, we have 800 students wanted to sign up, but then later on, because the district only allow, 400 students, so then the district just changed the number, and then, so we did, I think we did sometime, we even add more students, let them to come into the program, but the district as SVC, they're only getting that 400 students allocation money from the district. So I think that's the difficult situation. That's why we keep asking for the direct funding return prior to what is that called?
LCFF.
LCFF, right. And then so we kind of, that's always a struggle. But on the other side, I have to say, I really, wanted to shout out for our district, because I think since Mike and Heath, they've been, and Carrie, they have been very advocating for, this is a unique opportunity for our student, which can feel, some of those programs we cannot offer in our site, but then they can get the really benefit on that one. I'm just a little bit surprised about the Valor program. We used to have quite a few students, but this year, for example, last year, we don't have any. So just curious about that.
I think that's one of the many, the fallout from the pandemic and the students who are in that program and some of the anxiety they're dealing with.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a conversation we have every year. You're right, we were heading the right direction, and
Right.
COVID hit.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So Teresa, do you have anything wanted to comment? I think Teresa visited the site, last time when we have the site visit.
Yes, it was amazing. It's wonderful and so needed for our entire valley. So thank you for all your efforts. I wanted to ask just a specific question. Are you in the loop with us when we do our donation of surplus and equipment and supplies, when we start getting rid of things?
I have not been connected to that.
Well, maybe you and Dolores should talk because we're realigning some classrooms. There just might be some things that would be useful to you. Yeah. And the other question I have is, how can we help? What do you need from us to advocate, to get out there? What can we do?
I said at the tour that for me, it always starts at the top, and I already know that we have the support from Mike and Heath and Carrie, and it's the counselors beyond that, you know, believing in what we do and continuing to advocate for us and not having the thought process that it's for those other kids or that they're not going to college, because the students that do come to us, they do go to college, and they go to college because of us. And so it's continuing to be the champion for us and know the value of finding their passion early and then continuing on. Even if it's a community college or a technical college, it's college. And so just continuing to enroll students and, you know, sharing the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great question, Teresa. So currently, what's our allocated seat for the SVCTE? Okay, yeah, because I think prior to the pandemic, we are up to 26 or 20.
Yeah, again, we were heading the right direction for the pandemic, and Mary Carol was able to get into classrooms and counselors,
Right.
and so those are additional obstacles we've had to overcome.
Okay, so,
Hopefully, we'll be back to the
Yes.
right,
Yeah.
so this is the time, like when we signed up for the next year classes, would the SVCT program will be part of those guidance night information, or how's that
Yeah.
plays out?
Yeah, I'm sending an email now, sharing the PowerPoint.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, great.
Great.
Thank you so much. Any
Thank
more
you again.
comment?
See you next year.
Any more comment?
Oh, sooner.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for both of
Thank you.
Alyssa and the CBO coming to our board meeting. Thank you so much for all your great work. Okay. Okay, now the next one is the fall semester highlight. Is that Jamal? Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Okay, now this is the time for the public comment. Do we have any, Larry, do we have any raised hand? We have one raised hand. Okay, all right. Can you promote that?
And then turn off the mic for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
We should do that.
Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought this was public comment for the SVCTE presentation, but I'm wondering what mechatronics engineering is and whether SVCTE has ever looked into having a robotics program. Thank you.
Okay.
No, seriously, it would be great.
Right.
We're laughing because Elisa's
came
walked
back.
in very quickly back to address your question.
The mechatronics is actually robotics. So they do program little cars and robots and a lot of programming. It's a cross between programming and engineering.
Did that answer the question?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would change the name to robotics myself. I think you'd get more interest. But thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dara. They're always looking for the volunteer in that classroom.
Daryl.
Yeah. That classroom teacher actually is the Ziding engineer. After 20-some years, he really, liked to teach. So he quit his job and then get the teaching credential, and now I think this is maybe his 10th year teaching in that classroom. And he always looking for the volunteer or retired engineer to help him in that classroom. And it drew a lot of the interest from the student, everywhere, especially they have a lot of female students attending that classroom. Thank you for your comment. Next report item is a fall semester highlights. Is that Jamal? Carrie? Okay, all
I
right.
have the honor this evening of introducing our fall success report, and this is a celebratory presentation to highlight the fall semester and returning to in-person learning. And I just want to thank the team that put the presentation together, most of which will be helping present this evening. That's Dr. Splain. He'll kick off our first slide, as well as Christopher Ori and Miriam Pham, our teachers on special assignment, and then both of our principals, Greg Louie and Kevin Buchanan, who will present the bulk of the presentation this evening. So Jamal, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bosco, and good evening to members of the board, Dr. Grove, and members of his executive team. Yes, it definitely was a pleasure to be given this opportunity by the board to do some reflection on the many successes that we've had as a team of educators and students and families and partners in our community towards our ultimate goal of raising and leveling up the lives of our students and our community. This particular presentation before you is one that we decided to build based on some shared core values specific to each of the schools, that those schools, as well as a larger context, the district, all share in solidarity. The methods might be unique from one location, one school to the next, but in solidarity, these core values are ones that serve as the North Star that our kind of ship is waving and wavering through these rough waters that we are chartering through. But also these values are ones that we realize as we're returning to in-person teaching, in-person learning, the business of what we do in our schools in the fall, that it was going to take a united effort. It wasn't going to be perfect. We were going to do a lot of action research. The pandemic did not leave us with a playbook for how to do our business of educating children and connecting families. But we understand that at the end of the day, our students learn in communities where they have together teams, clubs, groups, people around one another creating experiences and environments where didactically and interactively students are learning and creating their learning experiences together. So you'll see on this first slide a little bit of a play on words that coming into the fall, we were getting back on track. That was our goal. And speaking of kind of the letters and track, we understood that being together, togetherness was vital to this endeavor of opening back up after the summer. Yes, as a district, we have unique schools, but we're one district community of unique strengths, methods, and talents that have those shared core values for our students in our community. The pandemic has isolated us all and has underscored the importance of coming together for the betterment of all. Resilience, unlike anything in recent memory, has our district had to demonstrate resilience over the last 2 years or so. Acceptance, belonging. Our district and its schools have been very intentional this fall, and some would say unwavering in our position through our efforts and in the messaging that we will be a place that will embrace and celebrate differences and ensure all folks are accepted and feel that they belong. Collaboration, I've alluded to it at the top of my introduction. The business of educating our children and leveling up our society, one child at a time, is both fulfilling and challenging. And we achieve those outcomes that are richer, more meaningful, and in a more timely fashion when it's done together. And finally, kindness. right now, it could be stated that elements of empathy, understanding, awareness, and sensitivity regarding the journey and the story of our fellow citizens, whether they're school citizens or community, is a little bit lacking right now. And we want to use this challenge of post-shelter-in-place education as an equal opportunity to be the model, be what we ultimately want to see in our broader society of having equal parts rigor as goals, as well as kindness as a process for one another. So with that, I will ask for next slide and turn it over to our awesome principals.
Hi, I'm Kevin Buchanan, the principal of Los Gatos High. You know, it seems so long ago when the district got together as a staff at Saratoga High School for our kickoff launch to the school year. We brought all the district staff together with the high school staffs, and we had a kind of a breakfast and a series of meetings that day that tried so we tried to kind of, again, come together and see if we could start school again. And we did. And we had all the events that we would normally have at the beginning of school. We had our Wildcat Days, we had the Falcon Days at the Saratoga. We did all the registration, the link cruise, and then we took it from there and we kept going and we navigated our way through as we transitioned back to in-person teaching and learning. Rallies, dances, record attendance at events. It clearly showed us early on that our students were craving this interaction with each other. And they were all conducted safely, and the logistics of them all were handled well. Our fall sports got up and running, competitions, preseason games, rehearsals, practices, all started. All the coaches came on board, all the classified staff, the offices opened, the career center opened, attendance and business began. And I think everybody got back to work, and it was very reassuring that we managed to do everything. I think the only event that I've canceled was a football game, and it had nothing to do with COVID. It was air quality. But from there on, we've held all of our events and activities. And then in the classrooms, it's happening. Now, it wasn't particularly well, we got what we expected, where the students have not been in front of us for a very long time. I mean, rather than describe it, it was a challenge. The students were masked. All the other activities were outside, and we got used to it. But we kept on, and that was that resilience. We just kept on keeping on. The attendance was high across the entire semester, and we've got the first semester in the books, so to speak. And now here we are trying to put another semester in the books, starting off probably with just as much trepidation as we started off last semester. But again, we're still in business. The kids are still showing up. The teachers, we've taken some hits recently with the surge in terms of coverage, but I think the commitment and the energy that we started off is still there. And everybody's committed to it, and all the efforts that we're trying are paying off, I believe. So I'm going to switch to the next slide if I can, if I may. Just want to get a little bit into dealing with some of the learning in the classroom. I alluded to it in terms of the going back to in person, but we did bring back with us a lot of lessons learned from COVID in terms of how to use the technology, how to benefit from students working in groups on Canvas and sharing in Google Docs and using all those kind of applications that we had gotten pretty good at. So that was quite helpful as we came back. But then we started setting our sights on how to assess the what might be missing, what the students might have lost in the due to remote learning. A lot of departments, math and English language arts at both schools, started designed assessments over the summertime and gave them early in the semester, and we're still looking at that at those results, along with the grades from and GPAs from the all three marking periods of the first semester. And just specifically at Los Gatos, our D and F grades have sharply reduced from the first marking period to the third marking period. Whereas we had about 803 Ds and Fs in the first marking period, we were down to just over 400 in the last period of this marking period of the semester. So it means that tells me that the students were reacclimatizing themselves with the level of rigor, making those adjustments, increasing their capacity. The number of students that at Los Gatos particularly went from about 500 down to about 300, just over 500 to around 300 students who were actually 200 and so students getting Ds and Fs right now at the end of the semester. So that dropped significantly from 500 to just over 200. So that shows that our students are building the resiliency, they're getting a handle on the coursework. Of course, we monitor those because those are the students that we target for interventions pretty early on to try and make sure that they don't start falling between the cracks, and that we provide them, we go back in with safety nets and we pick them back up and get them back on track. And these numbers show me that that's effective right now. It's obviously ongoing, but it's effective. We can move on to the next slide, to wellness, I think it is. The Wellness Center at Saratoga is well established, and the students are accustomed to it, and it's getting plenty of use. At this slide, you can see the bottom left has some actual numbers of students who signed in to use the services by the Wellness Center. But it's important to know the Wellness Center doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of a more comprehensive approach to not only destigmatizing mental health, but offering social and emotional supports for many of our students based on the analysis of the California Healthy Kids Survey data that identified what our students' needs are. Combine it with our therapy services and our peer-to-peer organizations that are focused on creating physically and emotionally safe learning environments, and then providing students with the resources they need. You can see that we actually had to, at Los Gatos, we actually had to move. We started off in the library as we were awaiting the modernization of our new facility. And we ended up having to move to another space because the demand was so high. I want to applaud the district staff and our Wellness Center staff at both locations for being there for our students in their most important times. So that's wellness, and again, ongoing and multifaceted. If we can go to the next slide, I can talk a little bit about one of the facets of wellness and how we're approaching it. And it's the sources of strength. And you may have, at Saratoga, again, familiar with this program, have used it for several years to create not just a peer organization, but a peer organization that builds trust among the student body, whereby the students feel that they have someone at school with whom they can speak, with someone who has some competency at addressing students in crisis and has access to resources whereby and networks of resources whereby they can connect this student with the type of help they need. This took off pretty well. Los Gatos this year, we had you can see some of the pictures of the opening activities and training lots and lots of students. And this is an organization, we need a lot of students in a lot of places. Every organization on campus, every group, athletics, drama, performing arts, everywhere there are kids, we want students in that sphere of influence who have received the sources of strength training, and who understand how to spot the signs of students in crisis, students in need, and how to respond. And so it got a really good kickoff with our staff and our students at Los Gatos. I know it's well established already at Saratoga. So this is something I'm extremely hopeful about. And I think that we're really are starting to get there with this idea of destigmatizing student social, emotional, and mental health. So, and this is more in that vein. If I could, I think the next slide, I think, is mine too. Activities, I've mentioned some of them. I know Saratoga's robotics team just won a big award, and they've been very active. The Los Gatos robotics team just learned of the task this year, and they had a big event on Saturday as they're gearing up for the competitions. Dances, we've got more dances coming up. Club days, we've got another club day in the second semester coming up. It was hugely successful in the first semester. Clubs are really important because it allows students to find very specific niches where students have similar interests. All the athletic and co-curricular competitions are happened and will continue to happen. The leadership groups in both schools creating events and activities, decorating for the holidays, doing chocolate mornings, hot chocolate mornings before finals, and all kinds of different events out in campus. They've been really helpful and really good for the school spirit. Concerts, fine arts concerts, orchestra, band, dance, choral. All kinds of things are going on, and of course our plays, and we're Los Gatos is rehearsing for Little Women right now. And the field trips, they're still going on. Travel is still allowed as long as we're compliant with all the regulations, and we have been. And it's been everyone's been very diligent, including the athletics, to make sure that all our students who are going on field trips meet all the requirements and protocols for a safe trip. And we're ready to do more of the same. I'm going to hand over this to Mr. Louis.
So on the next last couple of slides, ultimately, Mr. Buchanan and Dr. Splain had pretty much said a lot of what these images all sort of represent, is the fact that we had an opportunity to come back to normal, albeit with masks. But we got to be able to celebrate each other. We got to celebrate each other's holidays. We got to recognize each other in different ways and have some school spirit and rebuild that back up. And I think both of our schools would speak to, and I think our student reps have spoken to over the past semester's worth of board meetings, to the school spirit that was being rekindled by our student leaders, by our staff who were joining in and participating in the various activities, and to be able to involve our parent community groups who also were involved with different things, luncheons that they had done for us to kick off the school year, the different types of things that they do to celebrate our campuses and our students. And we say a lot, I think both schools say similarly, that the three-legged stool is a lot like how our campuses survive, that we depend upon all three facets of our school to be able to be productive and to be able to enjoy these things. The next slide is about athletics. And again, what was unique and special about our fall semester was we got to be able to do it again. As you recall from the spring prior, we had condensed all of the sports into one semester. And Ken Parati and Tim Lugo and their coaches both worked really, really hard to make that an opportunity for our students back in the spring semester. And then this past semester, we got to be able to start things normal for the most part. Fall sports got to have their events. They got to have their senior nights. Like Kevin had said, some of our events were threatened by air quality more so than viruses. We got our winter sports off the ground, and they've been competing, again, albeit with masks on. The mandates right now for basketball to be wearing masks while playing, and for there to be the regular testing so we can make sure that our wrestlers and our other athletes all have an opportunity to compete and not risk themselves and getting ill from this virus. And then the final slide is just the achievements in general. Again, this is it's no small feat to bring all of our teachers back, to bring all of our students back, to continue to work collaboratively between both schools at the different department levels, at the administrative level, at the site and district level that we work together. We were able to enjoy a fall semester that was relatively close to what we remember it was like pre-COVID. Both of our schools again collaborated with performances. Most recently, the jazz concert was a great example of our music programs working together, performing for a live audience, and then collaborating to close the night in a couple of pieces, which was really sweet to see. Our students, again, were able to perform in front of audiences. They didn't have to record things creatively on Zoom. They got to be able to celebrate each other and do some things that were pretty nice. We had our homecoming events. And as Kevin has said, we had our dances. We had different types of activities, again, that brought our students back together. And they were all very good to each other as we continue to develop all the different qualities that Jamal started this presentation with. So I think there's a lot that we can be very proud of for our fall successes. And I think by the end of this spring semester, we'll also have a lot more to be proud of, considering how we've started this year at a sprinter's pace, and we'll see how we go from there. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Any comments from the fellow board member? Okay, Cynthia.
Yeah, I really enjoy listening to the reports and also seeing all the pictures showing various activities, both as staff and students. I just have a general question. What's our policy? Like, I think for our students, is everybody on campus supposed to wear a mask? That's the requirement, right?
Indoors.
Indoors. Okay, only indoors. I see.
Well, it's recommended for outside if they're, but if they're not wearing a mask outside, there should be social distancing. So, but the requirement is everybody is masked indoors.
Okay, but also since the county keep on changing the regulations, so it could be times like, you know, they say both indoor and outdoors, they recommend. So it's not, so indoor is mandatory, but outdoor it's optional.
Recommended, I think. And then sports has had different iterations of their rules in terms of who needs to wear masks. There was a time where students who were exerting themselves in athletic competition could pull their mask down. Right now that has been changed to they must wear a mask up. Wrestlers can, for fear of choking hazard, the wrestlers can wrestle without a mask as long as everyone goes through the testing protocols beforehand. So yeah, those rules change, and we're really paying very close attention to how they change and complying, so that we can continue doing all the things that our students want to do.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter.
So 50 years from now, when the graduates are all grandparents, and they're going to look back and they say, "We were alive in the pandemic." So what are you doing to record this, to capture everything in video, the MAP program and the equivalent of it in Los Gatos? You got to have a record of this epic.
I was thinking we should do a time capsule or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, change the name of the robotics program to Megatronics.
I think you would say that both of our schools, with our broadcasts and with our newspapers and our journalism programs, are doing a pretty good job of capturing and archiving the history of these images, right? With concerts where they're wearing masks and they're wearing covers for their instruments, or again, where our basketball players are running up and down the court during competition with their masks on. Yeah. So I think we've got some good sources already, keeping some archives for history. So 5 decades from now, they can look back and remember how we handled things.
Yeah. Yeah. High five to the staff and the students. It's an incredible challenges, but they all, step up, especially when I went to one of those basketball game and then saw those players, have to wear a mask and then run for the run, back and forth the court and make the shot. It's just incredible effort on that one. And I'm so proud our students, really step up the game and adjust to the new environment and then thriving on that one. But again, thank you for the district staff, the site staff, especially, you have the daily connection with the students and make them feel, safe and welcome into the school environment, and then while they can do their learning. Thank you so much for your effort. David?
Yeah, I think Catherine may have indirectly answered one of my questions, but what is the current status for being able to attend like sporting events or other types of school events? Are you pretty much open that parents can just come and watch the events, or are there restrictions still, or how is that set up?
Yeah, as of right now, anybody who is going to comply with the indoor requirements of wearing a mask can attend an indoor sporting event or a performance in the McAfee or one of our theaters and shows. Obviously, we also preface and ask that anybody who may have symptoms to stay home. But again, it's dynamic, so something could change tomorrow.
I guess I was also kind of curious, like also outdoor events and so forth. I mean, I know last fall you could go to, I think, some of the marching band stuff because I went to a couple of those, but I'm just curious, was that still pretty open all through last semester, and were you able to get a lot of people coming and being able to cheer our teams on?
Yeah, we had record attendance at some of our sports. There was a strong desire for people to get out and watch their kids play again. I mean, as a father whose son's with athletes, it's a great joy to watch your kids out there doing their thing. So I think the parents really enjoyed the fact that they could come, and almost exclusively everyone understood what the rules were and went with it. And we stayed abreast of what we had to change whenever we had to change it. So there's a lot of people working on this to make sure it all went well. And all the ticketing pretty much went online. So we've reduced, we're not taking cash. We're not handling, we're doing whatever we can to do whatever COVID mitigations we need to do in order to continue to have the event. And that's where we are today. We're still, now right now we've gone to a little bit more stringent COVID mitigation in terms of putting meetings online and staff meetings and whatever meetings we can put online. And we seem to be pretty adept at switching to online whenever we need to. It's something now that we're pretty comfortable with. But the live events are still live events. We're not allowed to have mass gatherings over 500. So when we do that, this weekend, we've got a big wrestling tournament on campus. So we're going to calculate the number of participants, officials, coaches and all that. And then the remaining amount deducted from 500 will give you how many people can attend. And that information will be sent out early to those families because it's multiple schools. So that they know how to get their tickets. And as soon as the tickets sell out on GoFan, then we've reached our limit. So we can cap attendance at events when we need to stay within the current guidelines.
Cool, thank you.
Anyone? Teresa, do you have any question or comments?
Yes, thank you, Catherine. First, I just wanted to thank you all for keeping us ahead of the game here. Nationally, we got boosters before other people did. And so having these booster clinics are even more important. So thank you so much for putting that together. My son said to me this week, he said, Mom, last year this time, we thought we would know people who had COVID. We didn't. This year,
We do. We have family that is national. I'm sure everyone does. So that is in every way on account of what has been put in place at our campuses. So I just want to thank you so much. You have enabled our students to be on campus, and it's because of your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I have one quick question regarding the activity in life. What about the graduation? Do we have any preliminary plan on that, or is that going to be the in-person one?
We've already had at least 2 full graduation graduation meetings about all the, not just graduation, of course, all of the senior activities, awards, recognitions, celebrations, whatever else has to happen. And we're going forward with in the same mode that these events were carried out pre-COVID. With right now, we haven't even developed backup plans, contingency plans. We're assuming we can do it on the front lawn. If we have to switch graduation to the field, we know how to do that. So we're staying nimble, but moving forward with the hope that we can do it exactly the way we want to do it.
Thank you. How about Saratoga? Oh, does Greg have anything to share?
It's sorry, I couldn't hear you too well, but same as Kevin. We've got plans to do in-person seniors and spring events, and we're hopeful that we can be able to do all those things without being any interruptions. So it's an exciting time for us, and we want to celebrate our seniors this semester and focus more on them than the negative stuff.
Great, thank you so much. Now it's the public comment section for the fall semester highlights. Do we have anyone from the Zoom side? No? All right, great. Thank you. What an incredible, challenging, but exciting semester for our seniors, for all our students and staff, gone through. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a school health update. Is that Brian?
Brian's going to take the lead on that.
Okay, take it away, Brian.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you, board members. It's nice to be here tonight. Really appreciate everything that's been said tonight in the spirit of returning together. And my slide is, the first slide is titled, Returning to Campus, Remaining Open. And that's how I feel about 2022. We're here and we're going to continue to be here, and I'm very confident in that. I just wanted to share one quick anecdote at the start before I get into the content. Jamal talked about the acronym TRACK, and I'm going to use his acronym here. Togetherness, resilience, acceptance, belonging, collaboration, kindness. Right now, tonight, this is kind of fun. We have a Saratoga High School custodian who's working a shift till about 11, 12 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
He lives in Manteca. He's a super commuter. He drives from Manteca every day to come to our district because he likes being here.
Wow.
What's really interesting about that, one of his colleagues who works in our cafeteria also is in Manteca.
Oh.
Tonight, the person working the night shift, our friend Uriel, is going to take an at-home COVID test kit to his colleague in Manteca who's at home COVID positive and unable to go out and get a test or find one online, as we've all struggled with.
Right.
So as Jamal was describing that, I was thinking exactly what is happening right now, and it's that spirit that has really been the hallmark of what we've done in the last 7 days as we've all come back, and we were teaming up to give out masks, and Saratoga High administrators today were relieving teachers in their room so they could come and get tested. Los Gatos administrators, staff, everyone is pitched in to cover classes when folks have been out. So it really is a remarkable show of resilience and togetherness. So just want to continue in that vein. Some things I would like to cover tonight are COVID by the numbers, where we are with testing, quarantine and isolation guidelines, the ever-changing world of guidelines in the COVID era. You'll notice I've stopped laminating the sheets that I've given you because they change too often. Peter, I noticed, did laminate his, and Peter...
No, it was last year's.
Oh. Oh, those guidelines were so 2021, I tell you. So appreciate everyone rolling with the punches. Mike had already shared about our COVID team, but I would be remiss if I didn't give a special thank you to the people doing the incredibly hard work nights, weekends, mornings, afternoon. Jane Marashan and I are 6 a.m. email buddies. Brian Thompson has led the work administratively here. Alex Chapman at Saratoga. Tammy Paris is our licensed vocational nurse who's pitched in this year. Marissa Perez is the health clerk at Saratoga. Gina Warren at Los Gatos. Those are the folks who've done the incredibly heavy lifting recently, so I wanted to thank them. I'm here on behalf of all of them. Any of the 6 of them could have been here. They're doing just as much work. Okay, if we could go to the next slide, Larry. So some preventative measures that I wanted to share that we've done, and some of these have been said already, so I kind of want to go through this quickly. So this is an update. It seems like it's been a month, but just seven school days into the new semester. Some things we've done. Updating close contact quarantine procedures now match the CDC. So Santa Clara County Public Health matches CDC, matches Los Gatos, Saratoga. Same with our isolation procedures. And I apologize if you've heard this phrasing already, but it bears repeating. Isolation refers to someone who is COVID positive, who's at home. Quarantine is someone who's COVID potentially positive, who needs to stay away to stay safe. Right. So we've updated both quarantine and isolation. We are constantly communicating with close contacts and positive cases. That is probably the most time-consuming aspect of COVID response, tracking down close contacts and communicating. We are pursuing the placement of a full-time district nurse. Carrie's going to speak a little bit about that in maybe 20 or 30 minutes from now. We are increasing the number of tests administered. Before we went on our holiday break, we were at about 400. Last week we did 2,000 tests, so 5-fold increase in the on-campus testing with Inspire Diagnostics. We are distributing masks, similar to the one I'm wearing right now. Dolores and her team has worked to procure masks. Last I heard, they were due to arrive middle of this week, ish.
We see Doris, the body language on that one.
Hoping for tomorrow, but is hopefully Friday. We'll get them to the schools right away. Distributing at-home test kits to community members the day before the start of the second semester. Mike already made mention of this, but again, thank you. David, I don't know about you, but I don't know if I've interacted with that many people in that short a time, maybe in my life, but we had a lot of excitement at Los Gatos January 2nd. I know Catherine and Cynthia were here. I know and Teresa was over there with family at Los Gatos. Really appreciate the folks. Another fun story on that, Zaida Venecia's name is there. She was at Los Gatos. She just happened to be on campus that day getting ready for the next semester. She said, can I help with anything? Little did she know that her offer to help became 5 hours of handing out masks to close to 1,000 folks. So really appreciate that kind of spirit. In addition to doing the the at-home test kits and the Inspire tests, we are consistently changing HVAC filters in our classrooms. Dolores and I and our teams have been in touch about that, and we are sticking to the regular 3-month rotation in terms of filtration. You heard Greg and Kevin mention vaccination clinics. Saratoga and Los Gatos have both scheduled vaccination clinics. The 16th this weekend at Los Gatos, the 22nd at Saratoga. And as we're all doing tonight, we have pivoted to virtual meetings for something like this, but also routine faculty get-togethers and other such events. Yeah, David.
On those vaccination clinics, are they pretty much open to anyone in the community, or do we try to limit it in any way?
Yeah, great question. Vaccination clinics are for the community. Okay. So yeah, we do want to open those up. And I think the biggest group we're going to see is the newly allowed 12 to 15-year-old booster group. I think we're going to see a lot of our middle school cohorts and younger high school students come out for that.
That's great. I was actually able to get my booster at Redwood, I think.
Oh.
No, Argonaut. At
Oh,
Argonaut.
okay.
Yeah.
I
at
heard
one
they
of
do
their
good work
clinics.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so does community people need to make the appointment for that, or it just walk in?
Those are drop-in.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have the time on that one?
I don't. I imagine they'll be in their newsletters and on the websites as
Okay,
well. Yeah,
great.
those will
Thank
be
you.
coming
It's
soon.
at Los Gatos this Sunday. It's 10 to 2.
10 to 2, okay. And Saratoga.
So 10 to 2, Sunday the 16th at Los Gatos. Greg, do you happen to have yours in front of you?
Yeah, Saratoga is Saturday the 22nd, 10 to 2.
10 to 2,
Excellent.
great, thank you.
Thank you. Oh gosh, I should have mentioned, apologies if anyone from the town of Los Gatos is listening. Our at-home test distribution on January 2nd did create a bit of a backup. I called Dr. Grove a bit worried about this, and he very rightfully said, if this is to provide community safety and assurance of returning, we can handle a bit of a backup as people are on their way to brunch. So appreciate that calmness.
Saratoga even have the huge backup on the Harriman to the Saratoga Sunnyvale Road.
Is there, even with the large parking lot
Yes.
in the exit
Yes.
path? Oh, that's interesting.
I think depends on the time.
Uh-huh.
It comes like a surge and then stop.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah.
probably toward the very end, everybody try to come in.
There is
No,
definitely a surge
Yeah,
at the
I
end.
think
Yeah, we
around
definitely
11
saw
o'clock, it's all the way back up from Saratoga Sunnyvale Road to William.
Wow. Well,
So-
very popular event, and thank you again for helping with that. Larry, if you could
We heard
advance
we
to
were
the next
backed up
slide.
on Los Gatos from Los Gatos Boulevard from high school all the way up to Highway 9.
Right, so
it was
at that
pretty-
time, oh, wow.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
really
so
long.
good thing is at that time, so we figure each one of us will take 3 cars. So we kind of like, you know,
Is-
take we expand the area we can
It was
reset
definitely
people.
a feat of engineering. We figured out ways to do it better each iteration
Right,
of
we
folks.
keep moving the
Exactly.
table, so we.
Yeah, I do want to say, because I'm involved with this, APISMA, API School Board Member Association, so I was exchanging text message, and I say, oh, I was helping to distribute the test kit. They say, you guys already have test kits? I don't think their kids have access to the test kits even Tuesday, when we were exchanging.
Well, it's because Brian
I
went to
know,
the
that's why I want to
It was
bring this up.
interesting. The county I'll be really quick here because I want to get to the rest of the slides. But the county office had shut down, I think Thursday evening, December 30th, all the way through Tuesday morning, January 4th. So I want to credit Dan Mason at the county office who came back on Friday the 31st, and there were some of us picking up test distribution kits that
It's
day.
really a teamwork.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
teamwork. There were I was the only person there with my family. I saw 3 others in the 10 minutes that I was at the county office. and
You are the few of the very proactive administrator there, I can tell you that.
It's, I'll make up for it in my next 2
Yeah.
vacations. It's fine. don't worry about me. Okay, on the next slide, we have a snapshot of the COVID dashboard. And what I want to point out, there's a few things worth pointing out. The far left column is simply the number of folks who we see on a regular basis in our communities. So that's just numbers of staff and students at both sites and then in our district office. So that's just statistics that remains constant. The middle columns are a snapshot of one day. So don't view the middle columns as year-to-date totals or even a weekly total. That's the snapshot of January 10th, last Monday, where you can see Los Gatos testing rendered 5 students positive, 5 staff members positive. Saratoga, this was yesterday, Saratoga 21 students positive, 2 staff members positive, and then we did have 1 at the district office. So that's a rather small snapshot. Those are results, again, looked at January 10th. In a minute, I'm going to show you some broader results and add some of the statistics Mike shared earlier from at-home testing. The far right column is our running year-to-date totals. If you add up all the numbers, that's 145. This snapshot was taken yesterday. The number has grown again today. I believe we tested over 1,000 folks today, as Derek Sue made mention of. I'll take a pause there and just remind you of one thing. This reflects the Inspire diagnostics testing that we do on our sites. Saratoga and Los Gatos Health Centers both have the Inspire diagnostics test. This reflects data for exposures that are what we'd call school-based. So if somebody had a test at home at the end of vacation, that wouldn't necessarily be reflected in the dashboard. That's not considered an on-campus exposure, and the county is interested in campus exposures.
So all the data here is a campus exposure.
Through and rendered through the Inspire diagnostics testing.
Okay, and so the middle section is that just that one day, that snapshot of
Those
that.
are the tests that were, the results that were rendered yesterday. That's right.
And
that
this is the
section
PRC test.
PCR test, correct.
PCR test, yeah.
That middle column is updated weekly. So
Weekly, okay.
Jane, when they get new results, she updates it. So it's new cases for this week. Once that week's over, they get moved over to the year-to-date, and a new week starts in the center.
So if a community wanted to look at the data, so look at the date, that means that day's testing thing. So it doesn't mean that, it just whatever tested at school, and that's the result on
Correct.
that one.
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, and so my next question is, you mentioned like today we have 1,000 students get tested. So how do we arrive at 1,000? Is that we recommend, or we require, or we randomly select 1,000
Yeah, thank you,
students?
Catherine. Right now, we're engaged in the very arduous work of identifying close contacts.
I see. Okay.
So let's say last week, Saratoga High School had 40 known positive cases.
Yeah.
If you multiply that by the number of classes they have and the number of
Right.
students in those
Got it.
seats and the number of staff members, believe it or not, and this is what's so tough with contact tracing, families are getting multiple reminders and exposure notices
Right.
because our practice heretofore has been to consider everyone in a classroom setting a close contact. So believe it or not, on a campus of 1,250 people here, in the last 2 days, there were 1,700 close contact notices sent out.
Right.
So most of the folks testing, Catherine, were close contacts.
Right.
And we invite them all to test.
Okay.
We're soon, Mike, Carrie, and I have been talking about this. We're soon going to get to a point where everybody who's on campus will be considered a close contact, and we'll set up regular times to test.
Okay.
So we're not, again, in the arduous labor of tracking down close contacts throughout. It's consuming. I would estimate for the 7 of us involved in this work, maybe 100 man and woman hours the last 7 days to do the contact tracing. We want to move past that. The next slide has some comprehensive information beyond the dashboard. There's a snapshot of a negative test. I was proud to share a negative test as an example of what we're seeing most often. Because
Was it hard to find one of those?
No. Mostly because that's mine. Yeah. And not super hard to find because 95% of the tests we've given are in fact negative.
Okay.
So that's a good result. So in the left column, again, this is a snapshot with Inspire Diagnostics. Last week, January 3rd through up through the 10th, this Monday, 2,097 tests administered, 1,792 tests read. That means the ones where we got results back. And by the way, again, this is updated through last night.
Okay.
Positive cases, 85. Negative cases, 1,707. So a high rate of negativity, but still a robust number of positives, of course. The at-home test kit distribution, Mike had already spoken to that. You know the number there. Folks who weren't able to pick up those test kits on Sunday the 2nd picked them up Monday the 3rd or Tuesday the 4th. So I think we were upwards of or over 6,000 individual tests or 3,000 of the test kits at home. Mike quoted a figure of 116 positives that were rendered from the at-home testing. It's harder to track that number because it doesn't fill a dashboard.
Right.
So the number is over 100, somewhere in the low 100s, between 105 and 120, and 116 is probably very accurate. Our attendance, as you can see there, and Kevin commented on this, it's had its ebbs and flows, but the average student attendance, Los Gatos for last week was about 86%. At Saratoga was about 91%. The staff attendance was 91% at Los Gatos and 93% at Saratoga. That data doesn't make sense in a vacuum, but to let you know, the student data was about 6 to 8% off its normal range, and the staff was about 3% off at 3 to 4% off its normal range.
So
Yeah.
basically, it's double.
Double the.
Absent rate.
Oh, yeah. The difference between the staff and student. Yeah, David.
Just real quick, so the Inspire testing, are we still getting those turned around within 24 hours?
Oh, great question. No, is the short answer. Inspire was before January 2022 was turning around 24 to 36 hours. Since we've returned, they've had a bit of a delay. Some of us got results in 24 to 36 hours this go round, but more people were waiting. They have been excellent to work with. Every time, with one exception, we asked them to add days of testing. They've said yes. Only recently has it been a greater challenge. Positive on that, David, Inspire just brought a new lab online, so they expect to get back to their quicker rate of return.
So the Inspire, the testing is only for the student and staff, right?
Yeah, we do not do community testing. It's
Right.
on campus, it's PCR testing, and we want to save that for staff and students.
So we had in our contract, right, turnaround time rules or not?
I can't remember if it's built into the contract.
Okay.
I know that they shared data with me before we began working with them, but I don't know if there's a stipulation of what happens if they're not meeting that.
Can you check into that provision? I think we talked about it.
Just two more things real fast. Larry, if you could go to the next slide. I won't detail all of this for you. You've got a handout in front of you. We refer to this on the regular, both at the sites and the district office, to inform folks. Larry, if you advance to the next slide. This is maybe a more digestible version of what to do if there's a concern about a positive case. Just very quickly, on the left side, I've listed the various status for folks, the three most common cases: a positive case, a symptomatic case, and a close contact situation. And then up at the top, what we do with each. So I'll just pick out one example. The positive case on top, we know that all positive cases need to be isolated immediately and remain at home for at least 5 days. The next column, the timing of return, can happen day 6 or after, as long as there's a negative test. Over the Thursday night into Friday, the county changed their requirement from the test to get out of isolation from a medically provided to an at-home test. And we are very grateful because some of us were in communication with the county saying it would not be right to have people who are ill drive to a testing location, endanger others, and increase the backup in those lines that they were facing. So I'm very glad the county pivoted to that. The parameters for return are listed in the next column. Of course, folks need to be asymptomatic. They need to test negative. They can do it in front of a medical provider or now an at-home test. In the testing there, the county is suggesting an antigen test to break isolation because the antigen test captures a more specific period of time. And if we're looking to see if somebody is cleared isolation at day 5, PCR tests could delve into other days, which could cloud the results. So again, the last slide you see in front of you is just maybe a more simple way to track the various scenarios. Mike has the next slide, which is about conditions in which we would stay open or heaven forbid, have to pivot to remote. So
Yeah,
Mike will have the floor.
I've received, I think, a total of 3 emails now since December, people asking questions about, are we going to close down? Shouldn't we close down? A couple people advocating, other people just kind of curious, had questions from staff members about, are there specific criteria or conditions under which we would stop offering in-person instruction? So wanted to address that. The previous executive order issued by the governor in 2019 through basically June of 21 allowed school districts to shift to online or remote learning basically whenever they decided that they needed to locally. That executive order has expired as of the end of June and was replaced with AB 130. So statutorily and legally right now, the default is you must offer in-person instruction. And the only way for school districts to offer remote learning to students, we're actually required to offer remote learning to students, and they chose to do that through updating law related to the long, many decades of existence of independent study, and that was done through AB 130. So currently, a school district does not have the legal authority to unilaterally decide that we're going to just switch to remote learning for all students. As a case in point, a school district in our county announced last Friday, sent out an announcement to every family and student in their school district that they were going to close to in-person instruction and move to remote learning for 2 weeks to get through the surge. So they sent that out on Friday.
They have to rescind.
They had to rescind that on Saturday after both the state and the county stepped in and said, you can't do that. So they had to rescind that, and now they are back in person this week. So the only allowable online or remote learning is via a full independent study program as outlined in AB 130, and it requires a whole bunch of stuff, but some key things are that it requires parental consent. So we can't just decide we're shifting to online learning and putting everybody in independent study. A parent could say, I don't want my kid in independent study. We have to provide in-person instruction for every student whose parent says, so we cannot legally force them into independent study. So that would be on a student-by-student basis. It also requires individual contracts with each student. It also requires individual intake meetings with each student to set up their independent study plan. It requires individual monitoring of progress on their plan, and a whole bunch of other requirements that make it virtually impossible to implement for all students in this setting that we're talking about. So given this, the only time we would close our schools to in-person learning is if we're ordered to do so by a state or local authority. If county public health or the CDE or the governor said we're closing down schools, that would be one scenario. I think that's a pretty remote scenario and pretty unlikely. Even if county public health shut us down because we had some massive outbreak on a campus, that would be a temporary, maybe 10-day shutdown, and so that, and then we would resume. I think that's based on conversations with county public health a week ago. So we asked that question. superintendent said, under what scenario would you order a school closed? And basically they said, because of vaccinations and how young people are responding to it, and if you have high vaccination rates, they said, we really wouldn't recommend closing a school to in-person instruction at all unless you couldn't staff it safely. But they wouldn't, they're saying that they are having trouble finding a scenario where they would recommend closing it as a preventative measure. So I think it's pretty unlikely that that would be one of the scenarios. The more likely scenario would be as if we're unable to safely staff our schools. If on a particular day, we have so many staff members that are required to be out for quarantine that we can't safely run our school and we can't backfill, we might have to close for that day. But that would be if we got into that situation, and we are doing everything we can to avoid that situation. And we've been pretty successful so far. It really would be a day-by-day decision, because even if we did that, there's nothing that says that we can count that day as a day of instruction, even if we pivot to online instruction and provided that to kids on that day. We would have to either make up that day, add a day, in spring break or end of the year, or you take away a professional development day. So we would either have to make up that instructional day or apply to the state to get a waiver to have less than 180 instructional days, which may or may not get approved. That's why we are doing everything we can to make sure that we can appropriately staff and run our schools safely. We are going to be soliciting volunteers from our community so that we have a pool of people ready to come in if we get really tight on things, and feel like we have a pretty good plan for that. So given all of that, I fully understand that some of our students and families, and quite honestly our staff members, are uncomfortable attending in person given the surge and their unique family circumstances and who's in their home and things like that. These students and families do have the option of enrolling in our existing independent study program. We've had that, we're required to have that by law. We've had that from the beginning of the year. We have students participating in that now. And any student at any time who feels unsafe at school should see their counselor and explore whether independent study is an option that they want to pursue. So we also believe that even though the Omicron variant is spreading rapidly among both the vaccinated and unvaccinated, our extremely high vaccination rate and our safety protocols provide us with pretty strong protection against serious illness and hospitalization, which is kind of the goal. I think it's unrealistic to think that we're going to stop the spread in its tracks, but the consequences of that haven't been as severe as in the past, particularly among the vaccinated, and our vaccination rate is very, very high, and we're updating that based on booster status now as well, so that we'll get new data on where we are with booster status. And then, as Brian mentioned, we've seen relatively low levels of school-based transmission. The positive tests you're seeing as school, most of them are community-based, not on campus. And so our testing protocol is trying to get people off campus as much as we can. So most of the spread we're seeing is community-based and not school-based so far. That likely will increase the longer we're on campus, but we believe that our schools tend to be safer than the community. And then, so based upon all this, we will do everything we can to keep our schools open for in-person learning and to make our schools as safe as possible. But I think it's important that people understand we don't have the option to just switch and shut down to in-person instruction.
Okay.
Okay. I think that concludes our update on safety.
Great. Thank you for that very detailed and clear, explanation on that one. I think that reduced a lot of anxiety, from the community about the in-person learning or virtual learning. Okay, any comments from a board member, or if not, I'll.
Teresa has a comment.
Teresa? Okay, go ahead.
From now until probably the next 2 weeks, we do have quite a few students that are home. So I read I think it was in Principal Buchanan's letter, that a lot of teachers are offering online classes as well. So is that happening? What happens to a student that actually is home and then doesn't test negative and has to stay out for 10 days? Or what's that process for them? They don't want to go on to the full independent learning, right? They just temporarily.
So in those situations, they work just as if we weren't in COVID and a kid were sick and had the flu and were out for 4 or 5 days. They work directly with their teacher to, take care of any assignments that they need to take care of. The teacher may modify assignments for them, and then, certain things they may need to make up when they come back. Some teachers are choosing to allow kids to remote into their classroom while they're at home, but that is not a requirement, but some teachers are choosing to do that.
I have 2 more questions.
Also, Teresa, because the teachers have been so used to using online resources to provide access to the curriculum materials to the students through Canvas, and how to communicate with their classes that way. The students are very used to using that. So even though if a teacher is at home and students are at home, if things are asymptomatic, they're just quarantining because they've been positive, they can still access the curriculum materials. They can still potentially work, keep up with their classes. Some teachers are turning their cameras on and allowing kids who are at home to tune in to what's going on. So there's different teachers who are at different levels of expertise doing different things.
Okay.
And we have put it out there to our teachers. If you're able to do these things, we encourage you to do it to allow some of these students access and ways to keep up.
Thank you. Then 2 general questions. What is our supply on the rapid home test? Will we get more? No idea?
Nobody have the answer.
Our supplies are dwindling quickly, is
Okay.
what I would say. The popularity of the distribution on January 2nd and January 3rd has left us with very few. I think Carrie and Dolores were looking into supplementing, and then I don't know about others on this call, but I've reached out to the county to find out if we might get more. I don't know if any will be coming in the $2.7 billion package that Governor Newsom is providing. Maybe Dolores and Carrie can speak to where we are with the short term.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the mask delivery is coming in, right? After that as well, will we reorder after that, do you think, or?
So we ordered 30,000 masks that will last us, we're thinking probably 2 to, potentially 3 months. If we continue to see, if the guidance continues to indicate that we should keep using KN95s rather than cloth or regular surgical masks, I think we would absolutely consider reordering. Governor Newsom also made a statement last week that said that the state was going to provide KN95 masks for every student and staff member in California. But that was just a statement, a verbal statement made with no detail about when or if that may actually occur. So if we feel it's in our best interest safety-wise, I think that's a cost that we feel is worthwhile if we feel it's going to add extra protection.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Larry, do we have any public comment on this item?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Now, we open for the public comment for the action items. Larry, do we have any? Okay, so now let's go to the action items. Great, so.
Ready for the first
one-
item?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the first item this evening, we're seeking your approval of an extension of our existing contract with Voller Strategic Advisors, who've been supporting our district and site communication efforts. The proposed contract's the exact same terms as we had in the fall, and would take us through June 30 of 2022 and maintains this support through the end of this school year. And then this spring, we can have discussions about whether we want to investigate other options for the fall of next year.
Okay. Any question? No? Do anyone wanted to make the motion? Or
I'll
you
make a
have
comment.
question?
I'll make the
Okay.
motion. I'll make the motion first. I'll make the motion that we approve the agreement with Vollers.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to say big congratulations to Voller for winning 5 Davy Awards recently, and say that's great, especially considering it's named after the Davids. So particularly like that. But big congratulations to them for that.
Yes, Peter?
But I'd like to say, however good a job they're doing, I'm expecting that there'll be an RFP for the continuation into the next school year.
I support that.
That was our conversation when we, in December.
Okay.
Yep.
I noticed you did a test balloon. You did a test balloon to see.
So we are ready?
Yes, Teresa, do you have anything?
No.
Okay, all right, so we're ready to, we have.
Okay. President Tseng,
Yes,
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
okay, the next item is the Measure E Baseball Facility Improvement Project, Saratoga High School sequel notice of exemption filing. Is it Jamie or Todd?
It's Jamie.
Should be Jamie.
Okay.
Yes,
Take it away.
thank you. Before you tonight, we're asking for approval to file a NSEQA notice of exemption for the Saratoga High School Baseball Facility Improvement Project. Our CEQA consultant has examined that project and believes that the notice of exemption is appropriate for this level and has determined that that there is no significant effect on the environment as defined by CEQA guidelines. So we're asking to file the notice of exemption.
Okay, thank you. Peter and I, we have have a prior discussion about this one, as we too are the board rep for the Measure E. And do I have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, so we're ready for vote.
Okay. President Tseng,
Yes,
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
okay, thank you. Motion passed. The next one is, again, Measure E Poor Shade Canopy Replacement Project, Saratoga High School sequel notice of filing. Jamie?
Yes, once again, I'm asking for approval to file a notice of exemption for the Saratoga High School pool shade canopy structure. As the prior and the subsequent items before you tonight, all have been evaluated by the CEQA consultant, and the notice of exemption has been determined to be the appropriate level required for that. So we're just asking for approval to file it.
I so move.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? If not, we're ready for the vote.
Okay. President Tseng,
Yes,
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
thank you. Motion carry. Number D, Measure E Covered Walkway Renovation, Saratoga High School sequel notice of exemption filing.
Yes, we're asking approval of the board tonight to allow us to file a notice of exemption, a CEQA notice of exemption for the Saratoga High School covered walkway renovation project.
Thank you. Do I have any motion on the floor?
So
Peter?
moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready to vote.
President Tseng,
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried. Number E, Measure E, window replacement, Los Gatos High School project, Saratoga High School sequel notice of exemption filing. Jamie?
Yes, once again, we're asking to file a notice of exemption. This is for the Los Gatos High School window replacement and the Saratoga High School reglazing project. So
Okay.
Moved.
Peter make the motion. Anyone second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready to vote.
President Tseng,
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carry. Number F, job description, District Nurse Health Service Supervisor. Is that Carrie?
It is. This evening, we're bringing forward a job description for the position of District Nurse Health Services Supervisor. After looking at our comparable districts, Los Gatos Union School District, Palo Alto, we set the salary range as indicated in the job description. This position will replace contracted services and expand our leadership capabilities in health services. We'd like your approval this evening.
Okay. Do I have a motion on the floor?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay.
So-
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to add a comment as when we were going through the agenda review, I think Superintendent Grove mentioned this is really not, like if you look at the total cost, we'll be saving money because right now we do have two staff like working on the.
No, so it wouldn't be a cost reduction. We are spending approximately, if we were to continue with our current staffing, contract staffing through the end of the year, total cost would be about $120,000. This position would, if we had it the entire year, it would be a total cost of about $170,000 because we're implementing it so it's about a $50,000 delta. Because we're implementing it partway through the year, we would only realize half of that delta, which would be about a $25,000 increase. But it will not impact the general fund because we would be funding this out of the
Emergency.
one-time funds.
Okay, thank you. And this is from year to year, we can reevaluate.
That's one of the benefits of having it as a management position is that we can increase, decrease, make it go away with flexibility.
Right. I think this is very needed at this moment, and especially when we hear from Brian's presentation. He probably did not imagine for an HR director become a, COVID specialist on this one. So, Peter?
Yeah, this is not a one-for-one replacement of those, because this is a supervisory position that can do a lot more for the district.
Yeah, but also flexible, like it's
Yes,
not.
right.
Mhm. Okay, all right. Any
we are
more
ready.
discussion? Oh,
Yeah,
David?
so I wanted to ask, so we're replacing two people with one person, right? So I think this is great that we have someone that can help take some of the load off of Brian and Alex. So I think that's really helpful, but are we still gonna find that that person's gonna need some support on their side to be able to actually manage all of the manual day-to-day work? So we might still end
So
up having to have
we're
some-
replacing essentially a 1.4 because the current school nurse position is a 0.4 position. And then we have an LVN that is a full-time contracted position. So it's essentially a 1.4 would be replaced with this 1.0. We're hopeful that we can find someone with the appropriate skills and background that can
Manage.
organize and create some efficiencies and some leadership.
Okay.
But
And if we, need some additional kind of lower end clerical support, then we can add that.
I was thinking about more like just somebody there helping with students showing up in the sick rooms, right? So it's kind of more of that type of thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, our health offices are, they're staffed already with full-time
both
health
sides.
clerks. And one of the benefits, again, of having this be a management position is that they can supervise and direct the work of those people, where our current contract employees can't do that.
So I just want to confirm my understanding. We are continuing using the contracted service until the end of this school year, but starting from next school year, potentially we will just have this.
Now,
management
we are
of-
looking
no.
to,
No, if we can
if
fill
the
that
board
position.
approves this job description tonight, we're planning to post that tomorrow, get someone hired as soon as we can, and once that is in place, then we would we would
Terminate,
end the
Right,
contract.
So I thought that's what I stated in the very beginning in terms of replacing, but then, okay, never mind, that's okay.
Okay,
So I
So I
support
guess,
this.
the other question that I had was very brief, and it was sort of answered by what you just said. I mean, do you have any idea how quickly you will be able to staff this position?
I'd like to steal someone from another district, so if
Yeah.
you have any recommendations of other district nurses who might be interested in our
Yeah.
prestigious district.
Let's just say we'll be recruiting
recruiting,
Aggressively.
actively recruiting, yeah.
and hope none of my superintendent colleagues are watching this meeting and hear that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have the motion and we're ready to vote.
President Tseng,
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes,
Trustee Bond,
Yes,
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Next one is G, Superintendent Contract, effective July 1st, 2021. Okay. As a result of the closed session discussion of the superintendent contract, the board has approved an updated superintendent contract amended to, the first item is amend section 1.1 to add an additional year to the term of the contract, extending it
Actually,
through-
that's not accurate. That, I had corrected that in the, we're not adding a year. Sorry, I had changed that in the script after Jane sent it, but I think you printed it before it got changed.
We didn't even discuss that.
No,
Okay,
Jane, I
Sorry.
think, had just copied that from a previous script.
okay. Sorry.
No,
Okay,
it's all right.
so we will,
Yeah,
we will amend it, the section 6.1 to increase compensation by 5%, bringing to an annual salary of $278,460.
that's the
so
sole
I
change.
make a motion to approve this amendment.
Second?
Okay, any more discussion? Teresa?
yes, this is essentially equivalent to the 5% that we just negotiated with our certificated staff, correct?
Correct, it's identical other than it's for 1 year versus the 3-year agreement that was granted to the other employee groups.
Thank you.
Okay, great, we're ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
President Tseng,
Yes,
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes,
Trustee Bond,
Yes,
Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
thank you.
Don't
Motion
send it all at
carries.
once.
So the next one is the board reports and communication. Board correspondence, Cynthia?
yes, the board received emails regarding the following subjects. NPR report about lower school enrollment, support for bell schedule messaging, support for teacher salary improvement, bell schedule survey concerns, concerns about mask mandates, concerns about closing schools again, COVID dashboard, COVID testing location. Last but not least, a student leadership opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to continue with your board communications?
Yeah. I have two activities to report. The first one was the exciting assignment we all got, is the testing kits distribution. What a way to start our new year.
It's a great way.
Yeah, January 2nd, that's the first item. The second item is on January 6th, I have the pleasure attending board office hour, meeting with staff members, with my fellow board member, Teresa. And Teresa has prepared a summary. Maybe later on when you do your report, you can briefly talk about what we have heard from the teaching staff. Thank you.
Okay. So
That concludes my report.
thank you. Teresa, you want to continue? You wanted to report it out?
Okay, basically the same 3 meetings that everyone else has had. And then I had one meeting with Mike and Carrie on the Bell schedule. On the report out, you'd have to give me just a minute to find that email. I can find it. There were, one of the big concerns from the teachers was feeling appreciated. Even small things would be useful, as they said. I'm trying to bring up the email right now. Let's see.
I can try to find it.
Yeah.
So Teresa, I can find it.
Let's see if it comes up.
Oh, yeah, it's January the 6th. You send the notes. So I
You want to
can-
go ahead and read it off, Cynthia,
Okay,
if you've got it
teachers
up
need
first?
More N95 mask. I think it's a KN95. And they would strongly suggest us to make the KN95 mandatory for students, not any mask. And one comment we heard from teachers were like, they heard from students, through like the social media, but they felt they were not as much being kept up to date with the current status of the exposures. And teachers okay with going to temporary remote, but do not want simulcast. And they also don't want to be remote for long if we do go to that direction. And they also ask if it's possible they can skip the January advisory lesson, instead of concentrate on regular tutorial to catch up with the kids who need help. And kids need more hours and support to access research. And so this is talking about library support. And they talk about more support from HR and one last comment is if a new task is put on new teachers, some tasks need to be coming off. I think it's just because the overwhelming atmosphere we are under. So that's what they have.
And I would just add, I think that they were very warm, welcoming, not blaming of anyone, just sharing where they're at. We're in an extraordinary situation where we're at. I think that the information too about the understanding the data, how many students are exposed and things like that, What Brian went through with us explaining that document and how he's logging what, I don't know if they understood exactly the numbers and how they're being logged as well. But obviously, we're all hearing about exposures from people. People are talking, there's sharing of information. So they're learning about those rapid home tests from students regularly. And I think that's what they meant to convey.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so Peter?
I had a KCAT board meeting on January 5th. KCAT is changing its business plan because the revenue had been coming from cable TV franchise fees, and people are not staying with cable TV. So if KCAT's going to survive, they need to have new sources of income, and it's happening.
Oh, is it happening?
Yeah, so only about 25% of the revenue now comes from cable fees.
Wow. Okay,
That's it.
that's it. David?
Yeah, so I attended the test kit handout at Los Gatos High School, where Teresa and her, pretty much her whole family were there working incredibly hard, along with a lot of staff. And Brian was quite the taskmaster. I had the nerve to make a comment that might sound a little bit like a whine, and he said, well, you could just leave then, or something like that. And only got me to work even harder. So, so we worked really, really hard. It was really impressive. I don't think he's here to enjoy that comment, but
You can listen to the recording.
Everybody was just amazing, and it was just really great to see the students. They were all like smiling. We got a lot of people who thanked us for what we were doing.
Yes.
When we were handing them out, and so it was just really a great experience and just crazy day. And then I also attended the Saratoga High School Foundation meeting last Friday. Don't remember anything particular to summarize from that one. I think that things are going pretty well. They're raising some money. They have quite a bit of money to give out, and they're just trying to find some good projects to work on that they can use the money for. And then last year, towards the end of the year, I did a little, I call it a Saratoga High School classified employee visit, which was something that Jane helped set up for me. And I was hosted by Julia Peck, who took me around and introduced me to kind of some of the classified people from all the different types of groups. So I got to go out and meet the maintenance people, I got to meet the staffing people. We went out and looked at, kind of talked to the student support people. That's not the right name for them, but and then went over and met the registrar. We kind of had some talk about Dallas Cowboys, and then the health clerk as well. It was really a nice little tour, and I'm very appreciative to Julia for taking her time out of that her day to walk me around and let me meet all of those people. So it was really nice of her. Jane's working on trying to set that up at Los Gatos High School right now as well. So I really appreciated that. And that was it for my report.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you, David. So January 1st, just like my fellow board member, do the testing. January 2nd for distributing the testing kit. It's a great way to welcome our students and staff back to the day before back to school, and get to see so many smiling faces, and especially they do appreciate it and thank you the staff, to getting all those kids ready before the school started. And it's just a huge effort. I think our staff did go extra miles, to make that happen. And I wanted to specifically thank you, for those effort. I think it's leading by Brian, Sophie. And then the January 7th, I also attended Saratoga High School Foundation with David. Just like, I think our parents are there to support our students and parents. Parents are just eager to help, and then I think we are really in a great school district, with the support strongly from our community, to support our school district. With that, conclude my report. Now we go to, now we have the public comment for the consent calendar. Do we have any from the Zoom? Okay, thank you, Larry. So now we move to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Anyone
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we're ready to.
President Tseng,
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Chang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Guidry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is a future board agenda items.
Do we want to talk about 361?
Okay, so Peter?
A special board meeting for AB 361.
Yes, that's already.
Already emailed Jane and asked her to survey the board.
Great.
But just for the record.
Okay. Anything else?
And then we also going to have our board retreat on January the 19th, right?
Do we have an agenda for that yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
So like
Okay.
in the past, I think they were board retreat, like we try to collect items board feel needed to be discussed at the retreat. So I think we can provide you with the topics if we are interested.
So Catherine
Yes.
sent an email to the board
Right.
a while back about that.
Right.
But
So-
I want to clarify that this is a governance team retreat. And so our focus is on governance with our governance team. It's not about new district initiatives or broad district goals. It's about our governance team and how we operate.
Yeah, I do some research in the past when we do the board retreat. We call it board retreat. So we have, especially when we have the new board member coming on board, we do specifically focus on the governance retreat, because we wanted to bring everyone up to date and also discuss about the governance handbook on that one. But prior to that, we also have the board retreat, for example, these are the topics, from the previous, the retreat topics, like a brainstorm, this is opportunity for the board to brainstorm potential goals or priority, for our district. For example, some of the things discussed in the past, like how we make the meaningful connections, with our students. What about how we close or narrow our learning gap, assessment, and then the teacher evaluation and recruitment to the highly qualified staff, all those kind of things. So just give you a content about what, so we can, we can talk about that. And then if you have any particular, interest on that, please email Mike or me, and then we're going to put it in the agenda item together by this week.
I think in the recent years, as I recall, it has become a governance retreat. But I think in the past, we, just like what Catherine has done her research, we did have a more, I think the difference between the regular board meeting and the board retreat is like we can have a much more, I won't say relaxed, but not as rigid format of, the discussion. We can, but I think what we can probably do is we can do both by allocating time for, the governance as well as the other items.
So we're getting into a discussion rather than future agenda items, but so this one was a continuation of a governance team meeting that we had in August. And so that was the intent of this meeting, was to do governance work. If the board would like to do a meeting where we focus on district goals, I think that that is honestly a separate topic than governance work. And I think we have some important topics to address as a governance team that needs our attention. We have a strategic plan that the board has approved that outlines our big district goals. And if the board wants to revisit those goals and potentially add or change them, I think that's a separate and pretty in-depth discussion for us.
Okay, so we need to, so that's something coming up next Wednesday. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I trust Catherine and Mike, you guys will come up with the agenda.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And we can provide some.
One other one, Catherine.
Yes.
So we talked about it earlier in the meeting about the demographics.
Mhm.
So we do need to have some kind of follow-up. One of
Yeah.
the things I was just thinking about was based on what Superintendent Grove was talking about in terms of it wanting it to be led by the parents in the community and the school itself. Maybe we ought to think about doing some kind of like workshops or something like that at the school level. So each of the schools get a chance to really help the parents understand the implications of these demographic changes on how the schools are going to operate so that they have a chance to start early on and thinking about the impacts that it might have and what are the things they might want to do. And then that can then feed back to the board later in the year in terms of a broader discussion. So that's just kind of my thinking on that, but I think that I don't want us to lose that on the.
Right.
Yeah, I think the appropriate kind of steps would be first the board needs to kind of talk about, okay, what are potential ways that we could address it? I listed 4 earlier. I want to make sure that the board says, yes, we want to go with the more market-based approach as opposed to any of the other 3 approaches, and have some conversation about each of those and what the implications are and consider that. And if you say, yes, the market-based approach is kind of the way we want to go, then we can create a process by which we go down that path. But I think we need to explore all the possibilities first. Board gives direction on that, and then we can move on that.
Yeah, maybe we need to set up some type of workshop or whatever, so where we can explore, the possibility on that one. I might have some experience with those 4. I don't know if there is other, similar school district in our situation, only 2 high school and then in this type of a community, and to see what's out there, possibility at least we can. So from that, we may need, I wanted to hear from our board member if you're interested to have, if the next week is more focused on the governance, the workshop, then we will have the separate workshop for the board talking about more of those like the goal, strategic, or some specific topics, we can explore. Is that?
I think having more strategic objectives needs much more preparation. It's a different
Yes.
meeting.
Okay.
And with potentially a facilitator, as opposed to what we're looking for. Governance may not need a facilitator.
Okay.
Yeah, and Catherine,
Yes.
some of these things are time sensitive also. The demographic information, that ties into, I made the comment, to where we're spending money, where we're concentrating on things. We had a retirement, not a retirement, someone who resigned and is moving on to another school because of an athletic program that doesn't have enough participants. So these are things we need to take into consideration now, I think, as we move forward, right, with decisions on how we're going to spend money. So I think that's really important that we have that conversation on the demographic study.
Okay. So it looks like the board would agree we have another section, another like a board study workshop, specifically addressing the other issue on that one. Would that be?
And with that, I want to caution, we heard all through the fall about how overwhelmed everyone was and that we weren't able to even do the initiatives we had in our strategic plan. So I want to be, I'm going to push back pretty hard about adding a whole bunch of new stuff and having conversations about what more we should be doing.
Can I just ask the question, is it even appropriate right now with everyone being so stressed and staff, yourself, Mike, and all of your reports, doing this next week? Should we even say, why don't we postpone this? Again, it's a draw on your time in a situation where there are other priorities.
Postpone of
From the 19th, postpone the 19th meeting.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Is it
that's what
appropriate to
Teresa was asking.
continue and take your time away at this time, or should we postpone?
Let me discuss that because as I had mentioned to you, I did want our 3 associate/assistant soups to participate in at least part of that day with us. So let me talk with them tomorrow morning, kind of see where we are with our schedule and how stretched we're feeling, and I can get back to you by midday tomorrow on that. So thank you, Teresa, I appreciate that.
So earlier we talked about have another board study session for the demographic study. I think perhaps we don't have to do it right now because there are more information coming out, as Peter mentioned during our discussion. Also, I think according to Ken, right, that's his name?
Yeah.
I think he tried to do it more conservative, more conservatively, and so we have to be careful because once and I don't think we are ready at this point to make any major changes based on the data he presented. So that's something for sure we can wait.
So I don't think we need to do it in the next month or two. That was not, I wanted it to get on the list.
Right.
That's why I wanted it.
Yeah.
And
On the
I
list
do want to
is fine.
say that if you look at what's happening right now, Saratoga High School definitely is being impacted today because of declining enrollment.
Yes.
They have sports teams that they cannot compete in because they can't get enough students.
Right.
So I think it already is starting to be an impact. So I think it's dangerous for us to just say that's something in the future and we don't need to talk about it now. I don't mean that we should talk about it tomorrow and we should start some big initiative and plan, but I don't want us to just ignore it and
No,
think
we
that
won't
it's
ignore
not going to
Yeah,
go
I
away or
can't
that's what I'm
I
worried
think
about.
when the board have the
So-
discussion on that, it doesn't mean that it's a big initiative or new thing. It's talking about just at least when the board have that conversation, then the community draw the community's awareness of this type of the things, just make it more visible. So then we are all aware. I think at the end, we also want the community, because the partner with the community, so if we want the parents give us, or the community member give us some input, they need to know this is the existing, happening. And if we don't even put it, usually people are thinking, if you talk about that, that means something important. If you don't talk about that, then people weren't aware of that. So I do agree with Davis, the point about we need to talk about that. It's not like we are asking the staff or whatever do something, but we need to talk about that and then have this conversation going on.
Yeah, we don't need to make like a budget, change or whatever. But I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because it's a very sensitive topic.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's it. Okay. Without
No
any
objection.
further, I would just make the. Then
no
we'll no
objection.
further objection. Then I'll adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's